Hello, hello. We'll be starting the tourney up soon. Just give me one moment.
The Tome of Fates. It reveals the secrets of the past, the present, and what may come to be. Most would think me fortunate to own such a book, but I can only use it in service to others. That is my curse.
The more technologically advanced the human species got, the more isolated they seem to become. At the same time,
Indent. Run.
Alright, sorry about that. I am here. Let me, I just generated the bracket so people who are in the tournament can find their opponent now. Second, quick. Alright, I think. So, yeah. Alright. So, here's the bracket. Not Bambius, you get a bye. The rest of you go ahead and start and find your matches. And make sure to remember to leave a spectator slot open and I'll hop in and possibly watch your game. Whoever I see first. And here will be the tournament bracket in here. In the chat. Okay, and then second thing here. So this is a 3x3 tournament, Swiss tournament. So for those who don't know the 3x3 pick and ban process, it's right here. There's a simple image right there. 3x3 matrix. Basically, both players. So there's this faction tool right here. Click on that. You let me just give you an example. Open that up. There's no Kislev because it's banned in this tournament. You just hit create new draft from this preset. You hit host, and then you can send this link to whoever you want to be whoever your opponent is. And once they're in, I can do it myself real quick here, just for example's sake. I just have to open up a new browser real quick. So I hop in, and I'm now the guest on there. So I'm Dominico Salvo. So once both players are ready, they hit ready, and then both players decide on picks. So I'll play Chaos Dwarves, etc. Vice versa. You go back and pick between each person. Do do do. Okay, and then once that happens, all three are finished. All three picks are on the screen. Then you go to this. If you don't know how to do it, so you create a 3x3 matrix of all possible matchups. So basically, Beastmen against Wood Elves, Bretonnia against Wood Elves, Vampire Counts against Wood Elves. Just as you can see, Vampire Counts versus Wood Elves, Bretonnia, Beastmen, and then vice versa. Repeat throughout all days, and then you just pick the ones you don't want to play against. So, say if you like Beastmen and you don't feel like playing against Dark Elves, you ban that out. Then your opponent goes twice, and then you go twice, and then your opponent goes twice again, and you're the last one. And then whichever matchup is left, that's the matchup you will play. Simple enough as is. So if you're still struggling, make sure to mention it in the chat or in a message towards me. Let us see if we can find a game. If there is one open yet, I don't think there is. Let me yeah, I don't even know here. What's the first map? I think that's the best way I can tell. Oh, I need the total. What am I, silly? I didn't even turn on the total tavern map pack. What a goofer I am. Let me turn that on real quick. What a total goof. Let me just turn on the total tavern map pack real quick. Boot it back up. Alright. Oh, nope. So now only certain maps, only certain lobbies should show up. Let me join this one. Oops, not join. They don't have a spectator slot on that one yet. So let's see if I can find one. If not, again, I was going to check which map it was first. I think it was Graveyard of Altdorf. So if that's it right there, then that should be okay to join. Let's see, yeah. Alright, I think, let's see if this is a player. Might be, might just be per chance that I joined somebody's lobby on accident. Turn it off real quick, there we go. Yes, this is Hammered Zemer. They're up against Cartfish. So let's wait for that. Wait for their opponent to join in. We'll be on the Graveyard of Altdorf map. Check any admining I need to do, like messages and whatnot. Ha, as if anybody from the DD and Discord would ever touch vanilla again. But hello, Bucky. Let's see. There we go. Cartfish is in now. Wonderful, and they'll just get their 3x3 going. Everything yeah. Good here. Alright, yeah. All the settings are good. Map is good. Just gotta wait for the players' picks. I don't know. Every time I'm in that Discord with VC, everybody makes fun of vanilla. So I think at most you might have been the only one that had been interested, from what it sounds like. Obviously, Duke does not like vanilla. PD definitely does not like vanilla. Though strangely enough, so I was hanging out with some other competitive vanilla players, and one of them had PD on their friends list, and it showed them that it showed that PD has played Quick Battle before, because it showed PD on the scoreboard. So, and they had quite a few matches, so that was interesting. And definitely not easy to mix them up with anybody else, because their name was PD the Power Dragon. So I was very surprised by that. But yes, I figured if anybody, it would only be probably you. Bean definitely does not like vanilla. Jad doesn't like vanilla. I think just a majority of everybody there doesn't like vanilla. But I'll mention it in there next time if you really believe some people would be interested. Really, but Jad plays vanilla still? Huh. Interesting. I mean, he barely plays in general, so I kind of figured that and like the way he talks about vanilla sometimes, that he just mostly played Dukes. But I didn't know that. It's interesting. But yeah, well, I'll throw it in there next time. Maybe somebody will be interested. We'll see. But starting off, we do have Brechonia against the High Elves. We do have Mr. Alberic up against a Archmage of High Lore. Interesting for the Apotheosis. And Soul Quench, possibly, plus Tempest. Tempest could be pretty good here against any, Hippogriffs, Pegasus Knights, Alberic, Lewin. Slow them down, give your archers time to shoot at them, and just do a little bit of damage as well. Soul Quench as well, with the magic missile change. Home's better, and getting pretty good at picking off models for, like, especially on lower model units, say like the Royal Pegasus or the Hippogriffs, or just even Grail Knights maybe. I think Grail Knights do have the plain up ward save though, so not a fantastic choice, but it even does good against single entities as well. I've seen it used in great success against war wagons on the Empire side. So Soul Quench is fantastic, but nonetheless, Alberic, what does he got? Foe Seeker, Rally, Hero Killing Blow, Wrath of Manan, Spirit of the Tempest for that speed and charge bonus buff, and of course his Braid of Bordeloo. So pretty much going for this full kit here. Damsel of Life with Earthblood and Regrowth, plus Life Bloom. If you're gonna go for just FYI for any new players in the chat, if you do use Life Casters, if you're gonna use Life Bloom, or rather, if you're gonna use Earthblood, and you're gonna use Life Bloom, if you're gonna go, excuse me, sorry, if you're gonna go Earthblood or Regrowth, choose one or the other. Typically, I would go with Earthblood in this case, so you can spam out Life Bloom, to proc that Life Bloom as well. And because you don't have any super centerpieces, which you desperately need to heal a lot, like with Regrowth, so Earthblood is good enough. It has a lot of healing. It only lasts for 7 seconds, unlike the 29 seconds of Regrowth, but it can heal more than one combatant. So yeah, just for that, if you're gonna bring Life Bloom, make sure to just bring one spell you can easily cast to spam out. Spearman at Arms as well. We also have a Grow Reliquate to keep those peasants in the fight longer. Mounted Yeoman Archers for the skirmishing side. Also, for the High Elves, we do have an Archmage of High. Is that on a... I think there's this Moondragon. Wow, nice. Yeah, on a Moondragon, cool, with the Book of Hoeth, Apotheosis, and Tempest. Yeah. Plus Shield of Safri and Arcane Conduit. Shield of Safri, not really worth taking, but it matters not in the long end. I can't think of the phrase. Anyways, Lothern Sea Guard for the ranged, and Spearmen for the front line, with some Eagle Bolt throwers for the artillery component. Lag is prominent. I might have to leave this game and hope that it gets better for them. I know sometimes spectating can slow down games, so if it stays the same for a little while longer, then I will eventually dip out and maybe possibly find another game. We'll see. I expect most people to have started their game by now. In fairness, I don't know if he does anymore. Yeah, I kind of figured he doesn't, but maybe I'll ask him next time I'm hanging out with him. Kappa, thanks for saying hi. Thanks for hanging out, checking it out. Hello, Caleb. Unfortunately, it's too late to check in for this one, but I'll be watching a bit. No problem at all, Caleb. If you ever are like maybe 10 minutes late to a tournament, or like 15, sometimes a host will make an exception. Like, I was doing some things before the tournament started, so I possibly could have made room if you had messaged me. But no biggie nonetheless. It's just for future references. Doesn't hurt to let somebody know. They can make accommodations if need be. But also maybe you have other plans as well. So right off the bat, Bretonia is taking point 3 and has already taken point 1. That is one of the benefits of having these fast skirmish cav. You can easily take points and get out of there before the player can get to the point. Yeah, the lag seems to subside for a brief moment, but then gets worse. So it goes back to being the lag that it is. But yes, I think I'll leave this one so they can get this going and not have to worry too much about lag. Hopefully it helps. I will dip out of this one, and I will cheer for Bretonia. We're starting to go. Okay. Yeah, I'll hop in yours. What is your lobby code? I'm assuming it's probably the only one left open. There's a few open still, but yeah. What is yours called? War Tanks. Man, oh man, do I wish CA would give us dedicated servers, but that's never going to happen. All right, let me grab that. If I even can. copying from YouTube streaming is awful, at least from Streamlabs. I do need a spectator slot. Also true for Bretonia, but I'm just out playing them. Yeah, I mean, I love Bretonia a lot, but playing them is an entirely different thing. They're tough to play. They require a lot of work with your cav. They have a lot easier time in land battle from what I've seen. I've watched a lot of land battles players with them, and they're very, very dominant in land battle. But in domination, I struggle with them because of how much you have to rely on your cav. The peasants and your spearmen generally have pretty low leadership and will rout if an Angora even kills one of their models. They're dipping out. That is why shout out to Duke's Damnation there. I love Duke's Damnations. It is an entirely different game from vanilla, so need caution, but I do love that Bretonia has some strong infantry that can contest against others. World Tanks, I think I may have lost yours, but go ahead and start yours. I'll hop in this one then in that case. When I tried to spectate it, no way this person, who doesn't make their password 123? Excuse me. How dare they? Who doesn't do, excuse me? There we go. Now I'll hop in yours, World Tanks. It's just you didn't have a spec slot. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Cool. Sorry about that noise. I was eating before the stream started. There we go. I'm in. Wonderful. So it seems we do have Wood Elves against Nurgle possibly. Excellent. I love both of these factions. Very enjoyable to watch. Nurgle. Now, speaking of land battle between domination, Nurgle is a lot less entertaining in land battle, but so much more in. I mean, I guess that's a given if I'm saying it's much less enjoyable. But yes, they're very enjoyable to watch in domination. They you're typically going to see a lot of chaos. I'll speak after. But you have a lot of fun options to choose, especially with the new Pestigors. They can get to points really quickly, as opposed to before. Your Chaos Warriors would take forever. Marauders, I think, only have like 30 speed. Yeah, 35 speed. So they're relatively slow, while Pestigors having 38. That small number difference does make quite a difference in the actual game, and can mean the difference between you capturing a point before it's too late. They're a fantastic piece. Yeah, the new DLC has done wonders for them in domination, and I'm looking forward to seeing them play here. See if Alexander can make Papa Nurgle happy. Shameless plug. Marked units means, so if you go to, say, like Warriors of Chaos, or rather, it's simple enough as it is. If you go onto a unit like Pestigors and you scroll down through their unit attributes on this side right here, let me move the blocker. I can't move the blocker, but if you scroll to the unit card, there should be a mark of, say, Nurgle, Slaanesh, Khorne, Tzeentch. If it has that mark on it, then it counts as a marked unit. Can I say how much I absolutely hate that YouTube keeps that dumb little emote bar right next to the chat? Like I'm trying to click on stuff in the chat, and that thing you can't get rid of it. It's just there. Ugh. Yeah, some units have it. They have the mark, but for some reason they don't count towards the cap. I don't know if it's just an accident by CA. Presumably it is, but yes, just for clarification sake, um, make sure to only take the appropriate amount. Okay, so we do have something going on. Diminution. This person seems to not have an opponent. DM Nation? Okay, I'll get that sorted off later. As a city, we had one drop so far, but that's fine. There was 2 drops in general, or rather, there was a person who needed an opponent anyway, so both of them can play each other, which is perfect. All right. What about Warriors of Chaos and Beastmen? Yeah, walk means Warriors of Chaos, Beastmen, BM being Beastmen. It's because Warriors of Chaos and Beastmen are the only ones who have the marked cap. I was going to, Bucky, I was going to give you the ability to post the Duke Stamps Nations, but I will have to do it later. Shameless plug for Duke. Shift whoever shards will be the ranged for Wood Elves. Quite a bit of them, 5 in fact, have magic ammunition and a relatively good missile strength. Only 4 AP, but you don't really need a lot of AP unless you're up against Chaos Warriors. Not a lot of armor on the Nurgle side. They would get some great value into any demonic units, like not Pestigors. I mean, I can't think of names right now. Plague Toads, Plague Bearers, etc. For the Lord, we do have Drycha with Pit of Shades, Melkos, and does she have her Fantastical Resolve? Yeah, that's that. Fang of Toweroth, giving that increased cooldown on enemy casters if she's casting. And does she have her Dryad summon? No, she does not. I don't think. Okay. We also have a Waste Stalker with Arrow of Kurnus, which does great against infantry with a missile change, magic missile change. Also Pocket's Position, increasing that ranged damage on allies nearby. Or actually just himself. 15%, which is pretty good, 390. And you're hardly ever going to see them in range because they do have snipe, so you don't know where that missile's coming from. Or rather, you don't see it before the missile's coming. And then Eternal Guard will be some of the infantry. One going over to 0.3 and one going over to 0.2. We also have some Blade Riders summoned in as well, and some Blade Singers for that magic anti-infantry. For the Nurgle side, we do have a Nurgle Chaos Lord with just Icon of Eternal Vigilance, which does that debuff in a 35-meter range within 30 seconds, so it goes down to different stages. We also have Kazakh the Befouled on his Rot Beast with Befoul charged and his Sword of Filth for that melee defense armor debuff. For the magic, we have a Nurgle caster with Fleshy Abundance and Rancid Visitations. Frontline is Marauders, and we have some Chaos Furies for the Flyers, Plague Toads as well, and Nurglings. Vanguard is capturing a point. Right off the bat, we're having some fantastic shots going in from the Deepwood Scouts into the Lord squad here, but definitely Drycha wants to get out of here. This is not a fight she wants to take, and she will die here. She's already about to rout. Oof, bad catch there for the Wood Elves there. Drycha going down so early is going to mean no magic until she can be summoned again, and we're going to get that leadership debuff of a Lord dying if she doesn't get out of there in time, which I don't think she will. Furies are doing great shutting down these Deepwood Scouts for a momentary amount of time so they aren't getting shots into other important units. Furies coming down as well on this side. Plague Toads making their way through the Deepwood Scouts, doing great work into them. They do have anti-infantry plus poison, so they should do fantastic with the Marauders' help. Point 1 is relatively uncontested, though we do have some Bladesingers now over there. They will butcher the Nurglings. The Nurglings will no longer be feasting. They will be dissipating and going back to the warp, making Papa Nurgle not very happy. Marauders continue, and Deepwood Scouts do end up routing off. Drycha, is she still alive? She is, but she will fall here soon. She does only have 300 HP, and that is a very, very unfortunate catch there for the Wood Elves. You have the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, Wild Rider ROR. They do have anti-large and magic attacks. Should do great here. If you get them onto that Plague Toad really quick, they will dispatch them very, very quickly. Waste Stalker is stopping these infantry from pushing in, but the Nurgle player noticing is going to force path them smartly and to get on top of those Deepwood Scouts. Deepwood Scouts do need to get around, maybe start getting some side shots into those Chaos Warriors, though it's not their ideal target. They don't have great AP, like I said. Probably move them through the forest and start shooting over here into this blob instead, or maybe just even shoot into the Marauders. Plenty of other valuable targets to shoot at. The Water Hunter Kurners do end up getting on top of the Plague Toads, and they do dispatch them fairly quickly, but the issue is now they have to deal with the Hero Hammer squad of Nurgle, and they will prove to be quite a bit of trouble for the Wild Hunters. Large targets take a penalty in a forest. I mean, these guys are also on mounted units as well, so they are considered large, so they will also be taking that penalty, but still, Wild Hunters do not want to be engaged in that. They can just leave, as I believe they most likely quicker. Though they got hit with a Curseless Slug. Nicely played by Nurgle. Going to slow them down, give the Hero Hammer opportunity to catch onto them. Barons of the Bog, the Pox Rider ROR. Fantastic anti-infantry cav unit with Wasting Sickness for that mass reduction and weapon damage reduction as well. Plus, Miasma of Rot, guaranteeing vigor to allies. And the range is pretty great. Plus they have that anti-infantry AP and magical attacks, bypassing any physical resistance that, say, the Bladesingers have of 20%. So those Bladesingers will get wrecked. And unfortunately, these Wild Hunters of Kurnus will be going down as well. Deepwood Scouts possibly doing some friendly fire as well. I will definitely bring these guys either around this way or to here and start helping out with this fight, because those Bladesingers definitely need the help. And their magic missiles would do great against the demons of the Barons of the Bog, plus the Chaos Furies. But 2-point cap for the Nurgle side, 268 to 456 the lead from Nurgle. We do have 1 point in the Wood Elves' hands, but one of these points needs to start being taken back, and point 2 looks like it's going to be that one. Bladesinger summoned in. They do have Shadow's Coil popped, bringing them up to 66 melee defense. So should do great at dispatching any Chaos Furies, for example, with relative ease without taking too much damage. Chaos Warriors being shot in the back. If these Bladesingers get on top of them, they should do great work into them, butcher them, and possibly rout them. Point 1 stays in the hands of Nurgle as the Bladesingers are dispatched. And the Nurgle player continues pushing. Frolics Bubonics are chasing them off. And the Hero Hammer squad plus the Barons of the Bog are coming through, and might get on top of these Deepwood Scouts if the Wood Elf player isn't careful. Might need to resummon Drycha. Waystalker still up. Might want to bring them over and start getting some shots into the infantry of the Nurgle side. Have they used any of the Earl of Kurnos? No, they still have 3 shots, so make sure to use those. Could do great work against the Barons of the Bog, I believe. Though maybe it's just better against infantry nowadays, I don't know. Should still do good either way, and you want to use it if you spent the money on it. But we do have some Glade Guard Sapphire Shafts, which will also be fantastic here. They have AP as opposed to their cousins, the Deepwood Scouts, and they have magic and fire attacks, reducing any healing and doing good work into demons. Healing, which Nurgle has plenty of. Plague Toads do get into the Glade Riders. Unfortunately, the Glade Riders aren't great at fighting large targets, so they will take quite a bit of damage here with that AP and great melee stats from the Plague Toads, even with these riders as well, especially if they aren't granted the charge. They lost the charge, and the Plague Toads were able to get on top of them, and yeah, it's unfortunate for those Glade Riders. Chaos Fury is coming over as well. Do have some Dryads here who can get onto the point and reinforce it. You really want to reinforce that point, or just send them over to deal with the Nurglings while the Nurgle player is distracted. The Dryads will beat the Nurglings with that their magic attacks and pretty good weapon strength, though they will take damage in return with only their 25 melee defense. Chaos Furies get on top of the Glade Guard, but they are dispatched rather quickly. Wood Elf players doing a good job at that. Chaos Furies will disintegrate very quickly with any rear charges, etc. They do not like taking damage. The Blade Singers holding back these Chaos Warriors, smartly played by the Wood Elf, but also the Nurgle player definitely needs to maybe push past the Plague Toads, ignore the Blade Singers, and get onto the point with the Plague Toads, as well with Kazakh as well, and take point 2, run down these Eternal Guard maybe, but you can just outcap them anyways with the Plague Toads. Do have some more Chaos Warriors summoned in. They do have they're really slow at 28 speed, so it will take them a while to get there. Point 3 has been taken by Nurgle's side, so it is a 2-point cap to Nurgle. Wood Elves have point 2, but it's going now to Nurgle again. These Eternal Guard definitely need to get onto the point. Same with the Waystalker. Heroes and Lords are invaluable in points because of how much cap weight they have. They, I believe, have 3, while, say, Expendable Infantry has 2. So if you got these guys on the point, they would definitely sway it in their favor, though it is already going. Though yeah, it will be going in their favor soon with the Eternal Guard getting there. Drycha's getting onto the point as well. She's back and ready to rumble. Chaos Lord doing fairly well. K's like barely even hurt. I don't know if he's been healing or what, but he's been doing great. I think he also has regen. Yeah, 0.10%. Surprised he doesn't have horrible regen. But either way, a Fecundity hitting all of these targets, which is fantastic. A lot of healing going towards the Barons of the Bog, who do have 14 models still, and going to provide invaluable amounts of work towards taking out this force, Wood Elf force on point 2. But yeah, not enough is going to point 2 at the moment with the Hero Hammer squad coming over. So unfortunately, point 2 will be going back into the hands of Nurgle, even though it looks like to be staying in the hands of the Wood Elves. And there we go. It is a 2-point cap for the Nurgle side. A Pit of Shades coming down here, but it's going to be doing more friendly fire than it is unfortunately going to do any actual enemy damage. It's Pit of Shades, if you're going to be using it, definitely much better against infantry. It can do okay work against cav, but monstrous infantry like Plague Toads, not fantastic. We do have the Lost Sylvan Knight summoned in, fantastic unit. Though I'm not sure I'd ever pick this into Nurgle or any demonic faction, considering they rely heavily on their physical resistance with no armor. So they're going to take a lot of damage from these Chaos Furies, and they're going to trade up so well. While the Lost Sylvan Knights will trade up down incredibly. Like, they're up to only 300 value here, and they're already down to half HP. not a great trade there at all, and definitely need some more cap weight onto point 3. By no means is the Wood Elves out of this. They could definitely take this back. They would probably be better at reinforcing on point 1 and point 3, and use their speed against Nurgle, because Nurgle player is bringing out a lot of Chaos Warriors, and as I said, they are relatively slow. We finally do get a decent bit of shades here, and we'll do some great work against these Chaos Warriors. Won't be an instant elite like it used to be, but it will do great work nonetheless. Chaos Lord is bogging down these Glade Guards, stopping them from shooting. Well played by the Nurgle player, using their heroes and lords to halt any ranged fire. Chaos Sorcerer Lord does come over, however, and gets a rear charge on these Dryads. As soon as the Hero Hammer squad comes back, point 2 will definitely be staying in Nurgle favor, and Drycha has to be careful again. She does have a little bit of infantry here, but she can get sniped out again very quickly. You have a whole load of Marauders summoned in, and this is when the Nurgle player is going to start taking a dominant lead here, as the Wood Elf player has not really any infantry being summoned in at all, and that is definitely what they need at the moment. A lot more infantry and a lot less ranged, as their range kind of just keeps getting compromised by the Nurgle Cav and Nurgle Monsters infantry and heroes as well. But yeah, point 3 is going to be whittled down. Drycha's going. Drycha's having a hard time again, and if she gets sniped out again, I really think it's going to probably spell doom here for the Wood Elves. It's quite unfortunate. But you definitely need her on the field, and you don't want to take any more leadership died penalties. Eventually, when your lord dies, eventually the debuff goes away, the leadership marker goes away. But if it's going to happen again, then yeah, a lot of this stuff is going to end up routing. You're going to be experiencing a lot of chain routes. But yeah, these ranged units from the Wood Elf side, the Deep Wood Scouts, are coming over to point 3, but the issue is that they're just going to get run away by Marauders, screened out, and they're not going to be providing any cap weight. Chaos Fears are just going to get on top of them again and bog them down and stop them from shooting. Waystalker is being hunted down, and I do think that is the end for the Wood Elves, but well played nonetheless to both players. The Hero Hammer squad is strong. Pardon me. But yeah, I mean, definitely if I were to change the Wood Elf build, definitely more internal guard, or just start off with more Wood Elf infantry or more cav. Definitely do not bring the Lost Silver Knights. The Lost Silver Knights are definitely where I think a big mistake, because of just how much magic damage there is on the demonic rosters. They will not trade up at all. They can do great, obviously, considering their magic attacks, but again, in return, they will also take a tremendous amount of damage. So, not a great use of value there. But, you know, this is a new player tournament. You have to try things. You don't know these things as a new player. But for those future Wood Elf aspiring players, definitely want to not take the Lost Sylvan Knights into demon factions. 477 value on them. 633 here. Okay, value on everything else. Let's see. Drycha didn't get great value. 1,000 value on 2 summons. Unfortunately, getting sniped out twice does that to you. Deepwood Scouts did fine. This one got 1550, 1243, 1043, but some of them obviously got resummons as well, so the value has to be taken lightly. Chaos Lord did great there, 2232. It's very hard, I think, to deal with any cheap armored Chaos Lord like that. I mean, unless you have any, say, Treekin or I'd have to look at the roster, but you do have options. It's just these guys can get on top of your range units very, very quickly and very easily. stopping them from shooting, which means that they're not getting the value that they need to, and aren't damaging the units that you desperately need off the field. So tough to deal with. 1922, especially with Dryter by herself. 1050 here. 1922 on Kazik, did great. 13 and 19 on the Plague Toads. Infantry, of course, did fine. The 1155 on the Barons of Bog, they did great. I don't think they paid for themselves, but they still did fantastic. But good match nonetheless to you both. Let's check out the brackets real quick, see how things are going. And I will fix this issue that two players had. So one player dropped. Rather, not even dropped. They weren't even in the Discord, so I don't know how for them to find them. But another player didn't have an opponent because of the lack of signups. Not enough signups, rather. So I'm going to have to pair them together. And to do that, let me just do this real quick. Do some admining, not Bambus, I think is their name. Yes, there we go. Wonderful. And then let's just change this real quick. Browser capture. Go. Okay. So let me take off the not Bambus one real quick. All right. There we go. All right. So the only one we have left is those two who got matched up late. So they'll be given a little extra time, obviously. But people have been playing well. Black Stark definitely needs to, I think they got one more extra Swiss point than they needed to. Let me change that real quick. Here we go. If you ever have extra points, it might be because somebody dropped and the and Total Tavern does end up giving them a point for it for some reason. I'm not sure why. If it thinks they're well, it could be for many reasons, but nonetheless, it's easy to fix. So. But yeah. Let's see. I wonder who the player was there. Because their name was unfindable in Discord, so I don't know if maybe they have a different name in the Total Tavern Discord, and maybe they just forgot to mention that. Let's check real quick here. Demon Nation. Can't imagine. Yeah, nothing comes up for that name. I have no idea. Not as big of a showing as the previous Noob tournaments, but that's perfectly fine. Any showing is good. We have, let's see how many players. 14 players. The previous two, I think we've gotten around maybe 20-ish, 20 plus. So not as big of a showing, but still pretty decent showing for a new player tournament. So early in the day, you know, people have work. If they're in the States, EU players might have a little time to play, but I imagine they will drop considering that as it gets later throughout the tournament. But it is tough to find a appropriate time for everybody. Oh yeah, let me see. Nut Bambus probably got a point as well. No, they didn't. Okay. Just making sure. In fact, Black Shark shouldn't have point at all because they haven't played yet. So let me change that entirely. There we go. That should be fixed there. Alright, Swiss points should be good, I think. Alright. Let's see. Might see about changing some of the maps for the later rounds. I just copied the ones I used from the last tournament. But let me check my list real quick here. Total Tavern Tournament, maps. Maybe I'll do Gates of Ekron or Glade of the Everqueen. Yeah, I'll do Glade of the Everqueen. I don't think I have that in here right now. Yep, I'll throw Glade of the Everqueen in there in the tournament map pool. Hey PD, how's it going? Let's see. Otsutsuki Castle was a pretty cool map, but I'll throw in Glade of the Everqueen to replace it. What other maps do we have? Imperial Road could be fine. Lost Temple of Sotek. Sacred Chino of Chakwa. Let's get the... Since we just had a Nurgle game, let's get that favorite of mine back in here. What is it called? What is that map called again? Something to do with Crater Decay. There we go. Wonderful map from the very Nurgle themed. I will make it the maybe fourth map. Yeah. Replace the crater map with another crater map. Oh, this music is terrible. Why is streamer music so awful? I don't like it. How's it going, PD? How are you doing today? Let's see. Okay, maps have been changed. I might throw another one in. Let's see. Let me check out the maps real quick. I forgot which ones I haven't tried yet or which ones I do like. So let me check out the list. Edge of the Darkwood is on here, right? Yeah. I don't think I've seen this one yet. Oh, maybe I have. I don't know. I'll do it anyways because it seems cool. So Edge of the Darkwood is going to be going on the map pool as well. Maybe it'll be the second one. See it? Yeah, it'll be the second one. Did the map pools not change? Okay. It didn't. Great. What else we have? Calls of Carrick Drum. I think I've seen this one before. I do like this one. Yeah, I'll do this one maybe. I do like that one a lot. Halls of Character Room. Okay. Maps changed. I will change the final one because I did Celestial Lake like last time. What is excavation site? I don't know what that one is. I've never seen it before. Maybe Road to Talabheim? Let's see. This is the one I think it is. That one's okay. Shambling Bog. Sunken Mire. Have I seen this one before? I think I have. I think Turnstream did a few times. It's always hard to remember these names. There's so many too. Oh, look at me complaining about how many there are. How dare our map makers do such great work. Tried Floodplain, Celestial... I don't even know. Chateau de Roquefort. I could do just Chateau de Roquefort again. That's fine. And... Eastern Isles Colony? Which one is that one? I just passed that one. Yeah, I'll do that one. See, why not? I don't know how good it is. But let's just see. There we go. Okay. Maps changed. So make sure to pay attention to those. Let me check the... See if everybody's ready. That's weird. Why is my bracket gone? The bracket for the tournament is just gone. I don't know where it's gone, but it is it's gone. What happened here? Total Tavern, what did you just do? Well, that's not good. It's weird because the matches, I think, are still on here. No, the matches are gone. Wonderful. Well, that's just wonderful. I guess I'm gonna have to generate the bracket again. That's fantastic. I know Turn just did something. Um, I worry if that messed anything up, but that's not great. Okay, I don't even know what to do about that. I don't even know who people were matched up against, is the thing. What a wonderful uh that's fantastic. Okay. So what I'm gonna most likely have to do is generate the bracket again, because I can't really wait for Turin. Um and I assume those guys are finished. Okay, well, that's gonna be frustrating, but let's see. Let me just generate the bracket again. I don't know why that happened. That is incredibly tragic. But I will try to match everybody up against. That's frustrating. Oh, you got a picture. Oh, thank you. All right, wonderful. Somebody sent me a screenshot of the brackets. I guess because the bracket, because I guess they still had it open, so I'm just gonna have to reorganize everybody again. That's that's super tragic. But what can you do? Bongo was up against the longest score. Yeah, I just want to fix all this before we start because, or before we move on to the next round because that'll mess things up a lot if people's scores are messed up. So, let's see, Hammered Zebra was up against Cartfish. Orgison and Taub. Taub was up against Alexander Mutz from UTS. Why do tournaments have such little funds for army building? That's just the default funds for domination. The Bob Salami. Also depends what army you're playing as well. Some factions, excuse me, what faction you're playing, because a lot of factions have very expensive units. So it feels like you barely have any money at all. Let me remove Demon Nation. Drop them. Who's this person up against? Black Stark was up against. I placed him up against. Who was it? Okay, Black Stark was up against not Bambus, I think was their name. Yes, there we go. Let's look at how the bracket is. Harkin was up against. Okay, jeez, this sucks. Let's see. Yuck-chan. I'm glad this didn't happen in a bigger tournament. Taiyu up against Yuck-chan. What is their name on here? Oh, I spelled it wrong. There we go. No, you're never playing the first round. The bracket like got reset, so I'm gonna have to rebuild the bracket again to back to where it was, and then people are gonna have to input their scores again, just to fix everything. But let me fix all the brackets first. Make sure there's no duplicates or anything like that. So we do have Hammered Fish against Cartfish. Harkin versus... this one needs to be changed. Harkin versus J Barbs. Let's see, Harkin, yep. Up against J Barb. In fact, I can just change the scores myself so people don't have to do it again. No, it actually would be better for you guys to do it, so it affects the faction win rates possible, like it should. Alright, let me check. So Hammered Zebra was up against Cartfish, yep. We got Harkin, J Harkin against Jabarbs. Cartfish against Hammered Zebra, yep. Nope, that's the longest score. Let's see, 1 second. Okay, we're almost done. I just need to, who was the longest score up against? Bongo? Well, that sucks for new players. Um, uh, okay. Let me see. Harkin, J Barbs. Yep. Alexander Nuts. Alexander Nuts is not on the score thing. He needs to go up against Tob, who doesn't have a. Oh, great. Okay. Man, what a mess. Yeah, Hyuk-chan, do not worry. Things are being fixed at the moment. Something happened with the bracket. Things will be fixed. You will still have your win. Hyuk-chan, Tayu. Oh, Hyuk-chan, you just report your score again. You have your match. You have your match set back up again. So just report your score again. We'll advance the round in a second. You don't have to play again. Longest underscore. Bongo, yep. I'm just making sure Bob Salami up against Orc Sun. That needs to be changed here. There we go. How can I Orku Sun? Okay. Okay, let me see. Sorry, guys, it's taking quite a bit. Trying to make sure I get everything right. Okay, Cartfish, Hammer Zebra, J Harkin, J Barbs, yep. Tob, Alexander Nuts. Where are you? I don't think you're on there yet. No, you're not. So that's the one I'm missing. What is their name on here? Tob, or yeah, okay. Tob and Alexander. Okay. So that's them down. Jarkin, Alexander, Tayu, Hyuk-chan, or they got theirs. Longest score, underscore, they have theirs with Bongo, yep. Orkusan against Bob Salami, yep. We have 2 of those matches for some reason. Let me fix that. Yeah, so not Bambus and Black Stark were not the matchups. I think, let me see. So Black Stark and not Bambus were the ones who fought, yes. So I just need to get rid of this one. So I think things should be fine. Let me know if you're missing your match. From what I can tell, comparing the brackets, everything should be fine. Alright, yes. Alexander won. My previous matchup is open on the bracket. Okay. Alexander won. Okay. Yeah, so the only one we have left is Harkin and Bambus. Just gonna have them. I'm just going to ping them in the chat. I'm not going to message anybody again. And not Bambus. I don't think anybody here, a lot of people here are watching the stream. So alright. Again, sorry about that, guys. It's unfortunate, but what can you do? Let me fix some Swiss points as well. Some people got more Swiss points than they should. Carfish should have just the one. They have 3 at the moment, so let me fix that. There we go. Longest, yeah, a lot of people have 2 at the moment, which they shouldn't have. So gotta fix that real quick. Man, and usually hosting goes so perfectly smooth. I don't know what Turin did. Turin just broke my freaking tournament, man. But alright, let's see who won and all that, and then we can... Okay, sweet. We'll need Jay Harkin and Barbs, I think. Yeah, Harkin and Jay Barbs. One of them can report their scores. Let's see if everybody has the right scores. So Carfish has 1 Swiss point. Let me open up the browser capture real quick. Let me know if I miss something. So Carfish should have 1. Harkin has 1 on accident, even though I don't know if they actually won yet. Assuming that they won, they will get their 1 Swiss point back once they report their score. But I'll let that happen naturally. I will take away the 1 for now. The longest underscore, did they win theirs? They did. Okay. Yuk-chan won theirs, I believe, as well. Yes. Wonderful. And Black Stark and Alexander. Yep. And Alexander. You said Alexander won? Okay, in that case, this needs to be changed then. Is this the right matchup? Alexander. Yes, Alexander was up against Tob. Okay, so I'll edit that. All right, there we go. Simple as is. And I think should be fine now. Alexander, yep, okay. So Alexander does have the 1 point. Bob Salami should have, do they have 1 point? Yes, they do. Okay, so we're good to go. Advanced Swiss. So now people have their round 2 matches. All right, people have their tournament, their opponents now. God, that was such a pain. But everybody's good to go. Whew. So what is the next map? Oh my god. Browser capture, turn that off real quick. There we go. Alright, so the next map is going to be... I literally just changed it and I already forgot what it was going to be. So, wonderful, brain, wonderful. Edge of the Darkwood will be the second map. So if I just find any we got here, that is fine. Up in there, 1, 2, 3. How could it not be 1, 3? What deranged... This is the same deranged person as last time who didn't do 1, 2, 3. What kind of person doesn't do 1, 2, 3? I just don't get it. 1, 1. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, people. You people are sick individuals. Sick, I tell you. Sick! Worse than the worst of the Demon's Champions. Letting you know this. It's 12. 12? Come on, what is that? How dare you? What is your problem? No, it's not you. Okay, that's somebody else entirely. Somebody else is as sick as you. No, that's not gonna work. Half these people don't even have spec slots either. Come on. What's going on here? And why is there 2 gamings? Why is there 2 same minds? One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. What is with you people? We're gonna have to fight. I'm guessing I just joined yours. Bob Salami, yes. Wonderful. At the Nurglin's feast, as Turin says, something like that. I understand some of you must follow Zinch if you're pulling this type of trickery against me. seems AFK. Okay. If they... Let's see. Alright, people's opponents not responding. Gotta love that. I think Bob Salami's opponent is not responding because they're typing in the chat as well. I don't know if people... I'm a bit worried that people got into matches they shouldn't have been getting into because of the fact that they thought the new bracket was their new opponents, which could be very unfortunate. Okay, hopefully people's sent people a message. Oh no. Oh no, yeah. It's exactly what I imagined. They were playing in a... One of the people I just messaged was playing in a match that they thought was the new match. Ugh, new players. Please, you're killing me. So half the tourney has gone fishing, apparently. Where are you guys fishing at? Harkin. Okay. This person was playing Harkin. Great. This is something... Okay. Bob Salami, give me 1 second. Um. Okay, so Alexander, or rather Tob. 1 second, or Bob Salami. God dang it, names mixed up here. Bob, and the longest underscore going to get. Let me see, Bob. Geez, this is just wonderful, isn't it? Alexander. They had a match against Harkin. I think is their name. Harkin 117. Yes, there we go. And then I will give Harkin, or the longest underscore, a new opponent. Longest underscore got a win. Their opponent was Bob Salami. So Bob Salami and longest underscore, you go at each other? Yes. Okay, yeah. No. Alex, do not. Okay. What is the longest underscore's name? I don't know who that is. Let me change that real quick. Bob Salami up against. My God. I can't believe that. Ah, new players, man. What a bunch of goofs. So essentially, Alexander and Harkin were playing their matchup while I was reporting the scores, because they thought, okay, so the bracket got generated, right? Let me show you. So the bracket got regenerated, right? So what happened was that people, a whole new round one got started, and so people thought they had new opponents. So they started looking for people, and they started. I don't know how many people did it. I think it was. Hopefully, it was just Alexander, but Alexander ended up playing against Harkin because that's who they saw on their new bracket. So essentially that was their round two. They were playing their round two while everybody was waiting for round one to finish. So I matched them up. Luckily, it works because they both won their matches. They both the system will match you up with other people with similar score, so or similar performance. So Alexander and Harkin fit perfectly. They can just report their scores now. But unfortunately, now they have to sit here and wait while everybody else plays their games. Oh my God. Today is just wonderful. I have a feeling this is going to be a longer tournament than usual, that's for sure. No. Bob Salami and Alexander didn't. What is happening here? Why are people not listening to me? who? Okay, first of all, who's the longest underscore? I just want to know who that is. Um, is it Soy Bakta? I think it's Soy Bakta. Bob Salami, if you're in here, please do play against your appropriate opponent. Where's I don't have Bob on here yet. Bob Salami, are you in here? Yeah, it's not Alex. Sorry, I thought you heard me earlier. You're playing against the longest underscore, Soy Bakta. Yeah, William Mitchell. All right, I gotta join Bob Salami's again. Hold on. Jeez, man. Jeez. You know, sometimes I'll join somebody's. I don't know who I'm joining. I joined. It's fine. I'll join this one. This one works. I'm in Hammered Zebra versus Bambi. Bambi? Why did I say it that way? Bambi. On the edge of the Darkwood. Seems like we have Dark Elves versus Lizardmen. Should be a pretty good matchup. As a Lizardman player, I kind of dread this matchup at times. Because Dark Elves just have so many tools to shut down what you can bring as Lizardmen. So Cold One Riders do, I think it's a somewhat even trading into Cold One Knights. My issue is not the Cav. I mean, it sort of is simply because Skirmish Cav for Dark Elves is kind of hard to shut down. Whenever you have, whenever your mobility is relatively slow, aside from Cold Ones, the Cold Ones will just get uh, kited forever. They'll just get shot and then they'll get rampaged. But I'll talk more about it in actual match. which should be a good match nonetheless. Let's see what the win rate actually is for the stats are looking like for Dark Elves versus. Yeah, okay, so turn told me what it was. Turn didn't break my bracket. I broke my own bracket. So basically, oh, what match is starting? Basically, I changed the maps while I was on a different tab of Total Tavern, which I had opened earlier before the tournament started. So when I saved on that tab, which had no matches, it deleted all the matches and basically reset it back to 0, which is absolutely goofy that that's even possible. That is so freaking dorky and dumb. I can't believe it. Dorky is not the right word, but I just, my God, like what? Nonetheless, we're getting into it. We have Dark Elves, Malice, Edgeblade up against a Slan, I think, of Life. I think it was. Malice, what does he got here? He's got Demon's Curse, of course, Blood Price, and Deadly Onslaught, plus his Warp Sword of Cain for that heal and 5% ward save. Only if he's in melee though. He has to be in melee. It's kind of like the Hunger to get that heal. And his leadership can't be broken. We have for the caster a Death Caster with Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna with Scroll of Leeching, reducing that power recharge rate on their opponent. And Darkstar Cloak for that power recharge rate for themselves. Hellbroni, the Dread Spirit ROR with I think what's the difference in these guys? I think they're just better stats. Yeah, they have better stats all around, and these guys have expert charge defense, while these guys have charge defense versus large only. So that means the charge defense will apply to anything that charges them. Black Corsairs as well for the infantry, and then we also have 3 Dark Riders Repeater crossbows. Oh, it's this map. Okay, yeah, I like this map. Cool. And Vanguard, they also have some shades of dual weapons. I don't think I've ever seen that shade icon. That's interesting. I guess probably because I don't see dual weapons ever. People typically hardly even bring shades in general, but should be good. They can hold themselves up in melee with relatively decent stats, 44, 30, and 35, with 8 was bonus for his infantry. But you typically don't want these guys in melee. It's just last resort if they have to. Like if they get dive bombed by pterodons, riperdactyls, etc., they can hold their own. But if it's large targets, they will get wrecked because they don't have anything to do with bonus versus large. It's just infantry, and they have relatively low armor, very squishy. But Slam Mage Priest with Earthblood and Dwellers Below, plus that Life Bloom as well. We do have some Chameleon Skinks for the Skirmish Machine, Temple Guard with the Soar Spears, and Feral Cold Ones as well to chase down any Skirmish Machine. And Feral Troglodyte. Cool. I love me a Troglodyte. It can be dangerous if you let them rampage, but you do have this one ability for your lords and heroes called Cold Blooded, which can stop them from rampaging, but you have to be within the range of 200 meters, which is pretty far. Saurus Scarvet as well, which is pretty awesome. In Warhammer 2, you'd see Saurus Scarvet with Kroxigor a lot. You don't really see him now, the Saurus Scarvet, or even Kroxgar. But it's still cool to see him. Carnosaurs have fallen from their previous grace, but they should still do good. Can hunt down any dragon casters, which unfortunately the player doesn't have, but they can hunt down Malice if they so choose, or even deal with Cold One Knights. Feral Cold Ones take a shot from those shades, and this is very, very bad because those shades do not have any support. They're going to get run down by these Feral Cold Ones, and that is a lot of money to be losing. Those Cold Ones will trade up well into them, especially with the support of the Troglodyte. Feral Cold Ones get rampaged, and now are just going to be running into a shooting gallery here. All 3 of these Dark Riders, if they turned around, they could easily finish it off, but they don't need to. They can shoot at the Scarvet, which will be taking quite a bit of damage. There's no healing right now, as the Slam Mage Priest is a little out of range, but if the Slam Mage Priest, or if the Blizzardman player notices, they can just send an Earthblood its way. But getting some of that healing out early on can be pretty good for the Dark Elves. Shades getting run down, unfortunately for them. Feral Cold Ones are rampaging. We do have something being summoned in from Dark Riders. They should be able to help out. Medusa, summoned in, should do great work against large targets like the Saurus Scarvet with their missiles, but as well as just infantry as well. And they can protect the caster or just the infantry with the anti-large melee. And one thing as well is the Bullet Rank Medusa, if he gets any of those shots onto, say, like the Saurus or specifically the Temple Guard, it will rack up so much value so very quickly. The Saurus Scarvet takes a shot, but it's not too bad. He is heading over there. We do have a Chameleon Skink being hit by Fate of Buna, so they're going to take a lot of damage there, and possibly will end up routing, which is, not bad for the amount of wins you cost. Chameleon Skinks, I typically wouldn't bring them. I would just bring normal Skink Skirmishers because you're paying extra for essentially what is some missile resistance or some I think was it missile resist, or is it, I can't remember. I think it's stock is what you're paying for, really, or missile resist. I don't remember, but nonetheless, yes, it's missile resist. Normal Skink Skirmishers do not have missile resist, so you're paying for that, and it's just not worth it. You could have like 4 Skink Skirmishers for 2 Chameleon Skinks. So. Saurus Scarvet is dueling it out with Malice, but not a great trade here. He's going to be taking shots here from the Blood Rack and getting Spirit Leech down, and Malice is not an easy target to snipe out. So Saurus Scarvet is going to retreat, getting Spirit Leeched. Definitely going to need some Nerf Blood on him. Troglodon is sticking in combat, might retreat as well. Some lag, unfortunately, here for this match. Hopefully it settles, but Dark Riders are being chased down by Cold One Spear Riders and Feral Cold Ones as well, which is great. Feral Cold Ones finally got caught out by the Dark Riders, but I think the Shades unfortunately got ran off the field. Feral Troglodon does end up leaving that combat, but going to start aiming his shots here at the Blood Rack Medusa. And it does have anti-large on that missile strength, so it can do great work against large targets. In return, it does shoot back, but as you can see, no anti-large on her in terms of their missile strength. Still good, but you'll be trading up with the Troglodon. Feral Cold Ones. Finally, I don't know what's going on here. I think they're like somewhat embedded in a combat here with the Sorceress and the Dread Spears, but Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows getting some nice crossfire into these Cold One Spear Riders. Shots into their back, and it's going to be doing some great work. A Dwellers Below hitting these Dread Spears, and going to do okay work. It's not great, however. Not really a great use of the winds there. Demon's Curse thrown on top of the Saurus Scarvet, reducing them down to 16 melee defense and a leadership as well. Slime Mage Priest, unfortunately, getting sniped out here by Malice, possibly. If the Elizabeth player notices, sending this Temple Guard over could help out. Or just, the Saurus Scarvet is coming to help. The Slime Mage Priest is leaving. I say snipe out, but slimes are hard to snipe out, even with their HP nerf. They have relatively decent stats, 24-32, but it's not even just that. It's their very high leadership, and they just have a decent HP pool. They have 65-52 for base HP. Cold One Riders getting some fantastic, the Repeater Crossbows getting some fantastic volleys here into the Cold One Spear Riders, but you gotta be careful because this one Cold One Spear Rider can bring all of these guys into melee, which is not fantastic. I think they may have them on guard mode, so it's gonna keep them shooting while they're in combat, which is great. These Cold One Spear Riders also get a rear charge from these Cold One Knights, which is fantastic. A beautiful setup there for the Dark Elves. Spirit Leech hitting this Slime Mage Priest, gonna slowly whittle them down. Zarkin comes out, and he is pissed. He's running down these Saurus Warriors and Temple Guard, but he may get dragged down if he's not careful. He does have his War Save, 5%, and he does have his heal right now, but Temple Guard are no joke when it comes down to dragging these single entities down. But the thing is, as well, Malice, He's fantastic at dealing with bunches of infantry. First, he has Reaper of Souls, which basically a soul stealer. And not only that, he has Bloodstorm, giving that 20% ward save, and then an explosion of 18 damage with 33% of it being AP. So he has a lot to deal with infantry. Temple Guard can drag him down, but they're going to be taking quite a bit of damage doing so. Malice continuing to chase down the Slan, and he's adamant about it. Sword Scarvet probably needs to come over and help out, but meanwhile, backline, or rather these Cold One Spear Riders for the Lizardmen have been routed off completely. Same with these Cold One Spear Riders. So no more ability at the moment for the Lizardman side, though we do have some more Feral Cold Ones summoned in. Apologize for the dark dogs, they are barking. Point 3 is in the hands of the Lizardmen. Some Spear sitting there, idly by. Feral Cold Ones should probably be unsummoned. Feral Troglodyte being chased down by Cold One Knights, definitely needs some support. Point 2 is still in the hands of the Lizardmen. Point 1 in the hands of the Dark Elves. Do have a small point lead for the Dark Elves, but Lizardmen are catching up. Actually, no, these are the... Excuse me. I had it the other way around. The Dark Elves are catching up to the Lizardmen, who has a small lead at the moment. I'm sure you can hear my dogs, and again, I apologize for that. They are a rowdy bunch. Feral Troglodyte getting into this combat and going to do some good work against these repeater crossbows. But in the meanwhile, they are still shooting. They do initially need to pull back, however, and let the surround happen with the Cold One Knights. Though we do have some Feral Cold Ones, so maybe you could also send the Cold One Knights to stop these Feral Cold Ones from getting in. But nonetheless, the Dark Elf player is pulling back the Dark Riders, who unfortunately are being chased down by the Feral Cold Ones, but they can be dealt with. Just split your Dark Riders in multiple directions and have them support each other. One shoot the Feral Cold One in the back, or both of them shoot the Feral Cold Ones in the back. But you also have Dark Riders now, so they can help peel off and screen out the Feral Cold Ones. But no need. Feral Cold Ones right now are stuck in combat with the Hellebronai, which is not great for them. And Feral Troglodyte has been taking a lot of damage right now from these Dark Riders and might end up falling, which is not great. Sword Scarvet nearing its hill cap at the moment, trying to chase down the Sorceress at the moment, but the Blood Arc Medusa is going to get some nice hits into it. She will not want to be in sustained combat with the Sword Scarvet and the Temple Guard, however. A Cold-Blooded thrown on top of the Slan Mage Priest. He is very, very low. Definitely want to get him out of there. He's probably going to get killed here by the Dark Riders if the Lizardman player can't get something, or the Cold One Knights, if the Lizardman player can't get something over to help. Only 438 HP. Point 3 is still in the hands of Lizardman. Point 2 still in the hands of the Lizardman as well. That lead is getting much farther, 100 points ahead essentially, with a little bit more, 120 or so, where the Lizardman player, so the Dark Elf player, needs to catch up here. And by doing so, by getting rid of the Slan and the Sword Scarvet, that's a big step right there. You can already see point 2 is being taken over by the Dark Elves. They have the cap weight with the Sorceress being there, but unfortunately, due to the Dark Riders routing, it's starting to go back into the infantry, the favor of the Lizardmen, who have a lot more infantry at the moment than the Dark Elves do. So, if possible, I would definitely bring the Medusa onto the point. She could provide that invaluable 3 cap weight on there and help out. But there's definitely a lot more coming in here from the Lizardmen. So the slime does eventually end up coming back, and Nerf Blood throwing down on them. Gonna help out a bit. Malice has come back as well. I'm not sure if he was unsummoned and resummoned, but he is back and he's ready to party. You do also have to have some Harganeth Executioners here who would do great work against Saurus, and I love the Harganeth Executioners. They are so cool. But the Temple Guard aren't chumps in melee, so they will do some decent work against the Harganeth Executioners. They have great AP at 29, but they're more focused on large targets. Cold One Spear Riders run down these Cold One Knights. Cold One Knights will end up routing. Some great support here from the Dark Riders, but the issue is that they're mostly shooting at the shields right now. At least when they were shooting at the infantry. Right now they're getting some good shots into the Cold One Spear Riders, but I would definitely get them around and start shooting here at the Feral Cold Ones. Or rather, once the Feral Cold Ones are dealt with, then come around and start shooting into the back of the Saurus. Some more Saurus coming over. I'm going to catch out the Medusa, which is not great. We do have some more Black Ark Corsairs summoned in. Witch Elves could also do great here as well. They will mince through some regular Saurus with their Witch Brew, but Black Ark Corsairs are also good as well. They do have that armor to protect themselves, unlike the Witch Elves, who rely on I think they have physical resistance. I'm not sure. Feral Cold Ones rampage at the moment and chasing down these Dark Rider Repeater crossbows, 1,000 to 741 for the Lizardman. Lizardman is definitely winning this at the moment. If possible, I also think sending something over to point 3 could help. Maybe sending some Black Ark Corsairs through here and getting on top of point 3 would be also nice, contesting that while the Lizardman player is focused on point 2. But with this line completely shattered, this could be your step for taking it back. Point 2 is already going to the cap weight of the Dark Elves. Harpies come in and get on top of the Feral Cold Ones, saving those Dark Riders. The Dark Riders have 0 ammunition now, and you could either A, unsummon them, or B, just continue sending them through to the backline and stopping the Saurus from getting to the point. It doesn't matter if they die doing so. All that matters is that they're giving the Dark Elf time to rack up points and stopping these units from getting to the point. But unsummoning them could also be an okay choice as well. Blood Dark Medusa is getting some great work into the Saurus Spears. With how bunched up Saurus are with their formation and how slow they are, so the Medusa is going to get some fantastic value in on them. Already up to 2,000 value. 997 HP though. If these Chameleon Skinks get another volley or two into the Blood Rack, they could end up killing her. Chameleon Skink summoned out again, and I'm not sure where they're going at the moment. They're going out to point 3 it seems, while the Saurus Spears come over to point 2 possibly. I'm not entirely sure. I think that's the reasoning. But at this point, I would just bring the Chameleon Skinks over as well. If they do send something to point 3, you could probably summon some Skinks if you have any. I hope you have some Skinks because they're very important for that speed in this late game to capture points. So if you do have Skinks, do send them over and just bring over the Chameleon Skinks. They're much more valuable over here shooting into Black Ark Corsairs. Point 2 is in the hands of the Dark Elves. Gonna start giving them some time to finally start catching up. Though it is 1,200 to 873. Gonna be a very, very close game, and we'll see how it goes. Harpies summoned in as well. Actually, I think are they the same Harpies? I think they're the same Harpies finishing off these Feral Cold Ones. These Temple Guard finally get routed off, and down to 32 models, so they could get healed up still and come back. That's quite a few models that can provide them good work. Malice is just going to be running down these Saurus, possibly breaking them down to 7 leadership. Look at that! Look at those penalties! My God! But if they get like a recharge from like the Harpies or something, that'll seal the deal for sure. Argonef Extinguishers are holding the Saurus from the point. I mean, the Saurus are on the point, luckily, but they're doing some great work at keeping them from supporting anything else on this point at the moment. Saurus Spears getting onto the point as well. It's going to be putting that back in the Lizardman's flavored for cap weight. Though you can easily solve that by just bringing these Dark Riders onto the point. Black Corsair is going to get some great value here on these Saurus Spears. Again, it will take them a while, but they will whittle them down eventually. You do have, yeah, it seems a Lizardman player is slowing down quite a bit, unfortunately. Cold One Knight summoned in to be able to run down these Chameleon Skinks. If the Lizardman player notices what is happening with the formation here, I think it's because I hate that. Whenever you're just right clicking, it like changes their formation and has them go in a line. But if you like drag out the formation, then they'll run normally. But the Dark Elf player is playing this smart and is going to seize the initiative and take point 3. knowing that the lizardmen are very, very slow to advance. This is why you would need skinks to get to the point much quicker. More feral cold ones as well. Feral cold ones and your skinks are going to be your fastest options. Riperdactyls are great, but they can be shot out to the air by Dark Riders and etc. Or repeater crossbows, etc. And harpies as well will do good, decent work into them. But 1121 to 1320, it looks like this game might be switching over to the Dark Elves if they take over 0.3 here, and I think they will. The Dark Elf player is playing this extremely smart by sending in these Dark Riders, like I said before, and keeping these Sword Spears from advancing. Again, they will lose and they will rout, but it gives the Dark Elf player a tiny bit more time to capture this point. And if the Lizardman player isn't noticing, and he doesn't have, say, these guys aren't guard mode or anything, they could end up chasing a unit that they get attacked by. But it seems like they are pressing forward onto the point. What do we have here summoned? We have more Feral Cold Ones and Temple Guard as well. But you really, really, really need something else. Something more. Maybe some Cold One Spear Riders, bringing those out again. 1372, 1374 for the Lizardmen. The Dark player is going to start slowly catching up, but you have some Sword Spears going over to 0.3, and these Chameleon Skinks have come back. They might be able to take 0.3 back. Though we do have some Black Corsairs as well. Witch Elves, with their bonus versus infantry and poison, plus their Fizz Res, they should do great work into the Sword Spears. Unfortunately, wait, who just died? Was it Malice? Yep, Malice is dead, unfortunately, which is going to be a big leadership penalty to the Dark Elf side. Might end up causing the Sorcerer of Death to rout, but nonetheless, they're gonna stay on 0.3 and hold on to it. Yes, the caster is most likely gonna rout here down to 0 leadership. Oh, it's coming back into 11. Will they? Wow, she's staying up. Look at her go. But we do have some more Cold One Spear Riders summoned in as well, coming over to the point. And 0.2 is gonna start going back into the Lizardman's favor. And by doing so, might possibly still keep them in the running for the win, though with how close it is, I think the Dark Elf player might have this. Even if the Lizardman player takes this point back, it's just the Dark Elf player is already back in the lead, and this is an extremely close game. It does not look like a super close game at the moment with how staggered the forces are of the Lizardmen, but points-wise, it is incredibly close. Value-wise, though, looking at 15k for Bambi on the Lizardman and 13 to the Dark Elves. Dark Elf is doing incredibly well to scrap back, and they are definitely going to clutch this out. Extremely solid match. Cool seeing the Temple Guard, but unfortunately, you definitely need skinks in a Lizardman army. Source armies are great, but you need something fast. Feral Cold Ones will unfortunately not be enough when Cold One Spear Riders and Dark Riders exist. But let's look at the values really quickly. Malice 2248 did great work beating whittling down that Slan and doing good work against the Sword Scarvet as well, plus the Temple Guard. He had just a good day at work today. That was just exactly what he needed. Yeah, the Shades, as I imagined, they did not have a great time against the Feral Cold Ones and routed off. But it's fine. 1376 on the caster, 1000 here. I think else did fine. 1396 here on the Harganeth Executioners. They did great. That was also cool as well, seeing the Harganeth Executioners. I love Temple Guard, but Harganeth Executioners are pretty cool, I gotta say. Medusa did good as well. 2045 on her. That's why she's limited to 1, because she is fantastic. And really, really tough for newer players to shut down. 1444 on these Cold One Knights, 1968 here. I didn't even see the Manticore. I'm sure the Manticore did good work as well. Slan did fine. 3322 on the Sword Scarvet. That is amazing right there. That is fantastic. I mean, Sword Scarvet was chasing down the Malice, was chasing down the Medusa. Just did some great work all around. I did not expect them to get that much value though. Awesome. 1876 on the Pharaoh Troglodyte. 2065 on the Temple Guard. Temple Guard. Good stuff. Good stuff. I love me some Temple Guard. Great work. 1307 on the Spears. Swords picking up decent value. But again, they had multiple summons, so 1494 on this Temple Guard as well. Temple Guard, great showing. But yeah, less Chameleon Skinks, more Skink cohorts with Javelins or just a plain version, and regular Skink Skirmishers would be your answer here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It sounds like some cold ones are trying to tear out their throats without much they're screaming. Yeah, sorry about that. But let us check out the brackets. Let's see how it's going. Quick here. So, do we have any matches left? Nope, that is the second round done. We'll move on to the third round. All right. Third round is up, so everybody watching who are in the tournament, go find your opponents. Let's get this going. Let me just show it on screen real quick. Everybody can check out themselves. Bob Salami, Alexander, Yuk Ochan versus Cartfish. And we got Black Stark versus Zebra. Longest underscore against Tayu. J Barb's against Harkin. I think they played before. Or is that just the... Yeah, they have. Let's see. Harkin got 1 point here. Harkin got 0 points here. J Barbs, how did they do? Did they win this match? Yes, that's why they're up against each other again. But does anybody have any similar scores? We have, let's see, we have Harkin and J Barb, they have 1. Have they played... Who else has 1 at the moment? Tayu, Zebra. Okay. Let me see something real quick. Maybe I can change things up so it doesn't get boring for people. Okay. Push this real quick so I can edit some stuff. So, longest underscore, they went against Bob Salami last time. Let's see. Who are they up against this time? Tayu? Yep, okay, that works. Black Stark. Who are they up against? Hammered Zebra? Yep, that works. Have they played? Let's see, Black Stark up against Scarfish. Black Stark up against Non-Bambus. So instead, I would do maybe... Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do. So I'm going to switch around. Has Harkin played against the... zebra. No, zebra hasn't played against them. Hasn't played against. Okay, yeah, I think I know what I'm gonna do. So to switch up some matches, so I'm gonna change that around. J-Barb, so you don't have to play them again. That's what I was just talking about right now. So instead, you're going to be going up against. Let's see. I'm going to have you go up against Black Stark, I think. Let me check. Yes. You're going to go up against Black Stark. So go ahead and find Black Stark. J Barb. And then Harkin will go up against Zebra. So let me do here Black Star against. What is their name on here? Black Stark. Okay. J Barbs. Okay, and Arkin against Hammered Zebra. The map should be on the thing. It should be Halls of Carrick Dum. So should be on right there. Should be that one. World Tanks, don't worry about being bad at all. I mean, this is why new players tournaments exist, so you can get better at the game. I mean, even I, who have played for years since early Warhammer 2, even though I wasn't playing too much PvP in Warhammer 2, I'm not great at the game. So just keep playing, you'll get better at it. Don't stress about it. Just have fun. But let's see. Have I seen Carfish before? Let me see if I can catch anybody new. I don't know if I've seen Carfish before. I just have a feeling I did. Otherwise, tell me if I haven't or not, and I'll check them out. Oh, let me take off the. I'll leave the blocker there for now. It'll be fine. Hey, William, if you're in here, against Carfish, the lag was a bit bad. Yeah, okay. I remember now. I'm very bad with names, so I'm easy to forget. I'm just messaging somebody right now, seeing if they can get me an invite code to theirs. But if they don't respond in time, I'll just spectate somebody else's. Let me see. Let me show them how to do it. They don't know how to open up a spec slot, so. Okay, they got it. Okay, cool. We're in. So we do have Soy Bakta up against the Strange. This will be on the Halls of Carrick Dum. Fairly open map. There's some flanking to be had, but you don't have any forest to hide under. And generally, artillery should do great here if you have some. Especially ones that have an arc. But cannons, stuff like cannons will still do okay. But definitely ranged factions benefit more from this map. And I'm assuming Soybakta is playing Tomb Kings, and if they are, then this is perfect for them, really. But if they are playing against Khorne, they're definitely going to need the help from the artillery because Khorne will tear their infantry apart. Kind of forgot I was streaming on Twitch as well. One second, let me open that up. The All right, there we go. Thanks for anybody who followed on Twitch. Very much appreciate it. And on YouTube as well, of course. All right. So it is going to be Khorne up against the Tomb Kings. And for Khorne, we do have Scarbrand. Scarbrand is a pretty fun pick, gotta say. I'm rooting for, gotta root for Khorne here. Do love to see Scarbrand, though he hardly ever pays for himself. He's still pretty fun to see him play. But for the Tomb Kings as well, we do have Arkin. Is he on a horse? He is on horse with Liber Mortis for that 40% Fizz Res and leadership. The Fizz Res won't matter too much against the demons, but that leadership will help a lot with the Tomb Kings leadership, as base leadership is pretty poor and your units tend to crumble very quickly. You also have the Tomb Blade of Arkin for summoning any skeletons. That's mostly the main reason you bring Arkin, is for his Tomb Blade and for his spells. The Liber Mortis is just, secondary. It's nice. But we also have My Will Be Done as well. Again, increasing the stats of the Tomb Kings, their melee defense and melee attack, which is great, as they don't have great stats in the first place. 1430 on the Spearmen, and even on the Nekahara Warriors, they only have 3222, so they take a lot of damage very quickly, but already bumping up their melee defense to 27. Yes, for the artillery do have Screaming Skull catapults, and they would do great here with that Arc of Fire, plus some Ushabti Great Bows. Surprised we don't see the Ushabti Great Bow ROR by the Chosen of the Gods, but hopefully we see them soon. They should do good here as well. Skeleton Horse Archers for Skirmishing, and we have some Nekahara Horsemen as well. Plus for the infantry, that we have Skeleton Spearmen and Nekahara Warriors. Should trade okay into into Marauders. For this Khorne side, you have Scarbrand. Does he have Wrathful Reaper and Raging Body? Yes, Raging Body is fantastic and one of the best options there for the Khorne leadership side. Does really good. It can force those situations that the opponent does not want. Force those engagements. Slaughter and Carnage as well, increasing that weapon strength for kills. Done. We also have Hounds of the Blood Hunt, ROR Flesh Hounds with that dampen and magical attacks, plus high weapon strength and charge bonus. So, plus that Gore Feast as well, healing them up in melee. Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons should do okay into Nekahara Warriors, though I think Nekahara Warriors will win because of their bonus versus infantry. They still would, or rather, just because they're better stats. Marauders of Khorne have Frenzy, up to 44 melee attack, but have pitiful melee defense. Chaos Warriors of Khorne as well, and Marauders of Khorne dual weapons. We do already off the start. We have the Flesh Hounds getting a nice engagement with the Nekahara Horsemen. They get a nice shot in from the Screaming Skull catapult. Skeleton Spearmen get charged by the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, or they get screened out for them. I think they got screened out while they were trying to chase down the Skeleton Archers, which is great for the Tomb Kings. Chaos Fury is getting on top of the Screaming Skull catapult, but we do have some Nekahara Horsemen helping out here with this engagement. Definitely, it's hard to say here. You can't, if you pull them out of this, off the artillery piece, then they'll just get chased down. So maybe if this is the best choice at the moment. We also have some carrion here helping out as well. But gonna take a while to whittle down those Chaos Furies, as those guys don't have fantastic stats. The Nekahara Horsemen and carrion. Screaming Skull's catapult at the moment though is still online as it continues shooting. We do have Scarbrand getting into the fight here, popping Rage Embodied and all his buffs. Rifle Reaper doing some okay work here, but the issue is that this is just too much. He's getting on top of the Ushabti, stopping them from firing, but he is absolutely swarmed right now. So in the meanwhile, while he's swarmed, that gives the Tomb King player time to whittle him down with the Skeleton Spearmen, if there are any here. I don't know actually where he took most of this damage from, considering how beat up he is. And considering there's no other archers, anything shooting at him. We also have some Chaos Knights of Khorne who got summoned in, which is pretty nice. Look at that massive charge bonus of 88, thanks to, I think, Frenzy, yes, bringing up 10%. And then pretty good weapon strength and fire damage as well. So pretty awesome all around. Yeah, I think it was the Horse Archers maybe that were doing that to Scarbrand, but my god. Or it was the Ushabti. I think the Ushabti were whittling down before he got into the fight. If that's the case, he definitely needs to be pulled out. Even with his Fizz Res, he is taking quite a bit of damage. I mean, quite a bit of damage is an understatement. He's down to 1,300 freaking HP. He's going to fall here. And losing Scarbrand, such an expensive centerpiece so early on, is going to be tough to come back from. And there he goes into deep demonic instability, and he is dead, which is going to be brutal on the Khorne leadership. There he goes, banished back to the warp, and immediately the leadership goes down to 50 on these Chaos Warriors, who don't have too shabby of leadership. The Chaos Knights get a charge here into the Skeleton Horsemen and onto the Skeleton Horse Archers, doing okay. Chaos Furies finally get finished off, and the Screaming Skull Catapult is still up, being able to shoot. Unfortunately, those Furies just were not able to do the job, and got surrounded. Shopti still able to get some shots in. Good micro here by the Tomb King player, bringing back their Shopti and making sure to keep them online. They are very, very important. We also have the Kepler Guard summoned in. They do have that regen, fantastic melee stats, plus magical attacks, which, as you guys know, will do great against demons. Heralds of the Blood Hunt getting a not great combat with the Necro Horsemen. Definitely going to be trading down here, but great for the Tomb Kings player. A Fate of Buna hitting these Chaos Knights, and oh my god, they got dragged down. I'm guessing from the Ushapti. My god, they were absolutely butchered, and they have been shattered. It might end up dying, actually. Carrion still up and about. We have some more Marauders coming over. 0.3 in the hands of the Tomb Kings. Points wise, though, we do look like it is in the hands of Khorne at the moment, as 0.2 is still in the hands of Khorne, though 0.3 is now going in the hands of Tomb Kings. Both in the hands are going to stay in the hands of the Tomb Kings. Minotaurs got summoned in, should do great work against the Tomb King's chat, though you really don't want them in spears unsupported, though we do have some Marauders of Khorne coming to support. 0.1 is staying in the hands of the Tomb Kings. There's a lot of infantry staying onto the point, though. They can be whittled down. You just need some, definitely, it's going to be hard work for Khorne, honestly. Some great weapons were here as well. Unfortunately, I missed them. And now we're going to be chased off by the Carrion. Though, Minotaurs of Khorne did come back and might be able to rout off those Carrion. I think the Carrion are large targets, or actually they're small. So, Minotaurs won't be fantastic there, but with their weapon strength and their stats, they will beat that Carrion in due time. Realm of Souls is procced and replenishing some of that HP on the Kepler Guard. Actually, I don't know if it was just their regen, actually, that was bringing back some of their models, but let's see. Yeah, definitely was their Realm of Souls, giving that 2.2% heal, giving back some of their models. So, Skeleton Horsemen finishing chasing off these Furies, or rather trying to get on top of these Furies to keep up their Shopti Great Bows. Great work there by the Tomb King's side. We do have some more Marauders on the point. Possibly might end up taking back 0.3. Definitely need to bring some more either Fleshhounds, get a rear charge here on the Necro Horsemen. Necro Horsemen are really one of your biggest banes at the moment, as they have the mobility over you. But yeah, so considering what the Tomb King player is doing, they're coupling up their Skeleton Horsemen and the Carrion together. So whatever engagement that they have, they can engage with the Necro Horsemen or the Swordsman and rear charge of the Carrion. Do great work. Ushapti got summoned in as well. Can do some bring their bonus versus infantry versus any Chaos Warriors, as Skeleton Warriors will not do great against them with their 110 armor. Minotaurs still fighting some Carrion. I'm not sure if these are the same ones. I hope not. But nonetheless, they're still fighting and might put those Carrion into crumbling status. Who knows? Down to 7 leadership. But as well as the Minotaurs are going to probably end up routing as well, down to 1 leadership themselves. Skeleton Horse Chargers still up and shooting, getting some okay poke into these Minotaurs. They have 70 armor though, so that will mitigate some of that damage. Skeleton Spearmen coming over, 0.3 in the hands of Khorne at the moment. We do have some more Marauders coming over. If the Khorne player is able to continue to hold both of these points, they will win eventually, but Tomb Kings is now moving up and might be able to solidify a hold on point 2, considering the only thing left here is the Chaos Warriors. At this point, I would keep the Chaos Warriors at the edge here, just so the Tomb King player has to force around if they are noticing. But if they're not noticing, they will keep a lot of this infantry off the point. At the moment, moving them this way is not the right bet. Keeping them at the edge would be, but I can't expect newer players to know this, unfortunately. Carrion coming in on the Minotaurs, who, I don't know, is this another pair of Carrion? My god, I think the other one's disintegrated. But yeah, these Minotaurs are finally routing. You have some Bloodletter summoned in as well. Should do great into skeletons, but Necro Horror Warriors will do okay against them as well. Phys should mitigate some of that damage though. Minotaurs, unfortunately, finally getting whittled down. They still have 11 models though, it's just their HP is really, really low, and they don't really have any regen like Blood Greed or anything like that to bring them back up. But the Skeleton Spearmen do finally get disintegrated. At this point, yes, I will just push towards point 2 for the Khorne side and hold on to point 3 with just a few infantry. Just like that, one Marauder will be fine for now. And just send everything you've got into point 2. Keeping a stranglehold on point 2 will certify your win for sure. But point 2 does go back into the hands of the Tomb Kings. A nice Sword of Khorne here, though. A really big, fat, juicy Sword of Khorne here would do fantastic work. Living all 3 of these. I don't know if they've been using their army abilities at all, but would do great here. Shopti are going to get some okay work here against these Bloodletters who do have that bonus for infantry. The AP is not really needed, but it does help. Minotaurs coming over. Not sure if this is the right play at all. Sending these Marauders over gives the Tomb Kings the opportunity to summon in any cheap movers like Skeleton Horse Archers. Like if the Tomb King player sent over these Skeleton Horse Archers really quick to capture point 3, that could really bite Khorne in the butt. So not sure about that move there for the Khorne side, but nonetheless, it is done. We do have some more Marauders summoned in as well. Bringing these Minotaurs over could help. They only have 14 models. So you could also just unsummon them, but bringing them over would help out with the Shopti problem for sure. They could even get on top of Arkan if the Tomb Kings player is sloppy with their micro at all. But yeah, the Bloodlanders are just not trading well at all. They do not do good against Munster's infantry like the Shopti, and are trading pretty down, 308 value, and they are now starting to disintegrate, unfortunately. But yeah, as I said, the Tomb Kings player is going to notice and is going to send over their skirmish cav to capture that, and that'll be a 3-point cap for the Tomb Kings, unfortunately. But it is a tough battle here. I can't. You can only say so much for what the Khorne player could do, because it's really, really tough for the Khorne player on this type of map. Such an open area map, which benefits these ranged factions, and just in general, like this matchup is tough as the Tomb Kings units are just much cheaper and perform better for their cost than the Khorne side. So you're gonna be if you're paying for like 750 or 800 for your Khorne dogs, your flesh hounds, they're paying maybe 500-600 for their, I think probably around 600 or 650 for their skeleton horsemen. Necro horsemen cost more, maybe 800, 900. Can't recall, but what I'm saying is that their units will stick around a lot longer than yours will, even with their relatively low leadership. The crumbling takes a while to actually finish off the unit. Not only that, they will trade okay into your very lightly armored units, like your Marauders, dual weapons, and your Bloodletters, etc. Some lag coming in here. I don't know if it's on my side, but if so, I will dip out and let them finish up this match. But it looks like it might be going to Tomb Kings here soon if the Khorne player doesn't have anything to send out, though they do have 645 left of supply points to use. yeah, the infantry killer is going to be your it's going to be your number one goal. But the issue is that if you're doing infantry clear, you have to really be careful with bringing expensive pieces of infantry, as they will just get either fate of Bunid by Arkin, or they'll have a tough time dealing with, say, Shopti aren't brought often, honestly, basic Shopti, but when they are, they will do great work into Chaos Warriors and just in general base Marauders. With that 90 armor and no AP on, very low AP on, say, Marauders, Halberds could do great here for the Chaos Warriors and as well. But yeah, it's a really tough matchup. Some Marauder Horsemen as well could help out. The Throwing Axes could do good into any constructs that the Tomb King player bring. But this Corn player is going to bow out there as they're relatively low on supply points, and the Tomb King player has a very solidified hold on them, on their points, his cap points. I think one of the biggest issues there, unfortunately for Corn, which might be just obvious, is that losing a Scarbrand, it's going to plummet your leadership for your Marauders, and not only that, you're losing out on an extremely expensive centerpiece that you could have used on other infantry units or Corn, and again, it's really hard to come back from after losing like that. But it was still well played to both players, and they both had a good showing. So Bakta, how did they do? 1655 on an Arkin, 1929, 1915 on the Shoptis. The Shoptis were also extremely instrumental there. If you had kept Scarbrand back, maybe, or sent him over to the other point, that could have been maybe the better choice until you could shut down the Shopti. Because the Shopti were able to whittle down Scarbrand a lot and just do great work into, say, like the Chaos Knights as well. Even the Screaming Skull Catapults, even though they didn't get shut down, they still did, like, they didn't really do all that great anyway, so they weren't that huge of an issue. If there was multiple of them, then I would say maybe, but they didn't do a whole lot of work, especially considering they were shooting at Marauders. If they were shooting against your Bloodletters, then you'd have a problem, considering their magic. But it wasn't that big of an issue. Everything else did fine. Let's see. 653 on the Shopti. Yeah, a lot of your answer here is going to be spamming out Flesh Hounds, Corn Hounds, rather, what are they called? Dogs of Corn. I forgot what they're called, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Flesh Hounds going to be spamming out Chaos Furies, and cheap infantry like Marauders, dual weapons, or just even base Marauders is okay here as well. But Corn Halberds is okay. Chaos Warriors are okay as well. But if you do bring Chaos Warriors, heavily armored infantry, you do need something to deal with those constructs. And that's what your Minotaurs are for. Chaos Lances, they had a rough time. They're very expensive, and losing them so early on as well, just like with Scarbrand, was a tough call. Was a tough turn of points. 924 on these Minotaurs. 835 on these Minotaurs as well. But yeah, you can see the Bloodletters just got traded down so badly. 381 value on them. But good game. Well played to both players. Let's check out the brackets. I like playing Bretonia, but they are so much harder than the Tomb Kings. Yeah, they really are. They really are. Let's look at the stats real quick. 1 second while we look at the stats. You guys can get like a better picture of some of the matchups. And so going up against Tomb Kings, what do we got here? So Tomb Kings are okay, 42%. It's not great. But against Corn, let's see how they do. About 44%. It's somewhat ish even. So Corn can definitely win that. It's just a lot harder for them to win it than it would be for the Tomb Kings, I believe. At least in my opinion. But Bretonia as well. Much easier faction, or rather, much better faction in a lot of matchups, but Bretonia is harder to play. They are at the same win rate as well, 44 to 42. I say Bretonia is better because at times, because specific matches, specifically because even though your infantry routes, I mean, rather, even though your infantry has leadership, they route, so that means they can come back. Your infantry routes on the Tomb King side, they're going to start crumbling, and they're gone within who knows how long, maybe 20, 30 seconds. Some people say it lasts longer than that. It feels like a lot longer than that when you're up against undead factions, but you have much better cav on that side. At least you also have some lords which are more viable. Arkin is great on Tomb Kings. Cetra not so great. You have what's his name, Katep, which is okay. But typically, if you see Katep, you're only going to see him on his artillery piece. Otherwise, what's the point of bringing him most of the time? You can bring him on foot, but at that point, just bring Arkin for the mobility. But Tomb Kings can struggle quite a bit because their infantry is so poor. And their cav isn't that great either, though they are cheap and can trade up into factions like Khorne. They don't have the best cav. A lot of their like Necro Knights are expensive for what they are. So, but with the right support, they can do okay. They just they're not as they're not as good for value as a lot of the Bretonian cav, which is why I'm comparing them. But let's see, how are the brackets doing? But by the way, I gotta say, do not be at all discouraged by how you've done with the faction in these tournaments. It takes a lot of experience with certain factions to get good at them. And not even certain factions, it's pretty much all the factions, because as simple as a faction like Khorne is, or as simple as a faction like, say, Nurgle is, there's a lot of matchups you have to think about and you have to play against to build up experience, to learn how to play against those factions. You have to play a lot of factions, you have to play a lot of matches to know what units are good, how well units do against certain other units, and what to bring against certain factions, and how other players play. You learn people's play styles as well. You can't always expect every player to play the exact same way or to bring the same type of build. So you have to know what to expect, and that just again requires experience. You may have a hard time one new tournament with, say, Tomb Kings, but you may do fantastic with them the next tournament. Just depends on a lot on who you're playing up against, how the other person plays, what faction they're playing against, what faction they're rocking, how well you understood the roster of that faction that you're playing, the Tomb Kings, and how well their opponent understands the roster, their own roster. So again, do not be discouraged at all. But I guess while we wait for the brackets, we can talk a little bit more about typically what I would bring possibly for, say, Corn in that matchup. So I don't play a lot of Corn nowadays, but when I do, if I'm going to play on a ranged open map like that, if I know I'm up against Tomb Kings, now this is just me, obviously, and if you have the DLC, which some people don't, I'd go with Valkyria. But if you don't have the DLC, I could also imagine myself maybe either bringing a Bloodthirster or possibly just going for a generic Chaos Lord. Scarbrand is okay here. I'm just too worried about keeping him away from Ushapti or away from other targets that can deal with him. But if I do bring him, I would bring, let's see, just Ranger Bodied, and Raffle Reaper is okay. Slaughter and Carnage is fine, but I'm going to save the money myself and probably go for something else. So the weapons are okay here. The shielded variant are fine as well. Forsaken are pretty trash. 15 melee defense. Frenzy is great enough, but I mean, everything here really has Frenzy, I'm pretty sure. Aside from your Bloodletters, maybe. But yeah, they just have piss poor melee defense, and which results in them taking a lot more damage than they should. And 100 armor helps mitigate some of that, but they just don't do good enough to justify spending the 800 on them when you can spend that 800 on Chaos Warriors or Bloodletters. Bloodletters having that bonus for AP, bonus for infantry, AP, and magic attacks, plus Fizzreza being a demon, and Chaos Warriors having, 110 armor, silver shields, and great melee stats, plus decent weapon strength at 36. But in that case, yes, I would bring those guys. Router Horsemen or Corn are good, but the issue is that they can get screened out by the skirmishing of the Tomb Kings. They have skirmishing that has much higher range and can shoot them from much farther. So you're gonna have a tougher time. But having them in Vanguard is not a bad idea to use against Ushapti. I like a Skull Cannon, but some people may not. I like Skull Cannon simply because of they have great AP values, and if you use them well enough, they can do decent into infantry as well as a chariot. That bonus for infantry, and not only that, it heals in melee, and it replenishes its own ammunition in melee. But the thing is with soul cannons, if you do use them, you have to get a little closer than most artillery to get some actual good shots in them. They're not very accurate from far enough. You have to be close enough, like within maybe the middle of its range, to get some good effectiveness out of it. Plus, it also has 68 speed, so it can get itself out of combat from like stuff like Kyrian. But yeah, if you do bring that, I could also just bring maybe some Chaos Warhounds and Chaos Furies as well, though I could also just bring the Chaos Warhounds here, bring some Fleshhounds, and something like this could be okay. But you can also trade these two, one for this, or you could just get Blame Furies and one Corn Dog, that's okay. But if I did go with Valkyria, it would just be your Slapnir, Demon Shield, and then you have 1100 more gold to spend, so Chaos Warriors could be okay here. Can trade out one of these guys, bring two of them, and there you go. Reinforcement army could look something like chariots are bad, don't bring them. Chaos Knights are fine. Even the Lances are fine as well. But I'd probably go with... hard to say. Both are okay, but maybe try the Lances again. That's fine. I'd probably just bring one, though. But if not, then Minotaurs is always a safe bet. Great weapons. Good. Probably wouldn't bring the base variant because you're typically not going to have a super hard time dealing with the lightly armored infantry of the Tomb Kings against yours. Let me check the bracket one while I'm talking real quick, just so I'm not keeping anybody waiting. Bracket is fine. Bongo and non-Bambus are still playing, not Bambus. Yes, Minotaurs for any constructs you got to deal with. If you want to bring another one, that's also okay, but you're rearing too much into expending too much. Could even just bring 2 horsemen and bring in the flesh hounds. Bring in the flesh hounds! So more chaos warriors are okay as well. And let's see here. Could do okay with that. And probably just bring out some more infantry, honestly. Cut a flesh hound maybe. Bring in some more chaos warriors. Or just general more marauders. To chase down any skirm. The dogs can be used to chase down any skirmishing, deal with any carrion. They'll trade okay into carrion, but if you really having trouble with carrion, I think flesh hounds would be your answer there. Something like that, though. You can also just do something like this. If you really want to just go for some plain marauders. This could be okay as well. Something like that. Bring in some more Furies, or if you want to trade down a little bit here, could go with some more Chaos Warriors, and let's see here. Bring some more Marauders with, there you go. Something like that could also be fine as well. Yeah, that's the thing as well. Yeah, horsemen are even decent in melee. They have bonus versus infantry. They have 22, 21 with that bonus versus infantry and 40 weapon strength. Bonus for infantry of 5. So if you're on carrion, who we saw are small targets, bonus for infantry, for those who don't know, for those newer players, that's the bonus you get against infantry sized targets, small, like these marauders, small entities. So they could do pretty okay against dealing with fighting back against carrion. Not only that, they have great AP for their throwing axes, which also have flaming attacks to deal with any regen. They're pretty fast, 90 speed, and have Vanguard, so you can get them to points really quickly as well. Same with the Chaos Warhounds. Because Tomb Kings, aside from their horsemen, their infantry is extremely slow, so they have to rely a lot on their skirmishing and cheap cav to get to points quickly. Otherwise, it's going to take them quite a bit, just like with Nurgle, to get to points with their infantry. But these guys will trade okay into things like carrion or simple skeletons. Not that you want them in that melee grind. But again, I don't play Cornwall that much anymore, so let's see. Yep, and round 3 is done, so we'll advance the Swifts on to round 4. Yes, I have advanced it. And there we go, people. You have your matches. If you have any duplicates, let me know. All right. Yeah, as Soy Bhakta said, the thing is with Tomb Kings, again, that crumbling sucks, but unlike demonic instability, your cav, your infantry, and better yet, your cav, while they're crumbling, they're staying there and holding back anything that they're on top of. So they're paying 400 for their skeleton horsemen, these basically unbreakable skeleton cav unit that can be sent in and hold back any of your, like, say, chaos warriors from getting to the point while they capture it. So you have a duplicate with orcas. Let me see. Orc surf. Let me see. All right. So Bob Salami up against Orca Sun. Let's see. So let's see what the points are looking like right now. So Orca Sun has Bob Salami has 2. Orca Sun has 1. Orca Sun, who have they faced before? Before they were faced up against Tob. They faced up against Yok and Bob. Okay, yes, I see. So let me check this out. Bob Salami, you have 2. Okay, yeah, so one of the 2 Swiss points players is going to have to match up with a single point player. Okay, let me figure this out real quick. Let me switch to in-game real quick, and I will figure it out. But in the let me see. This point. 1 second. I'll get you another match if I can, Bob. But if not, then you have to play the same person. But we'll see. Okay. So we have a few duplicates. We have Black Stark has apparently played theirs before, so we have Black Stark against Bambi. Yep, that's fine. That's gonna happen there. Do do do. All right. Give me 1 second. If it's possible to get some of you new matches, I will. But otherwise, sometimes you gotta stick with it, as there's not many people available free to play. So let's see. So Black Stark says that they've played there before. So have not Bambi or Black Stark played against Bob? No, they haven't. But do they have the appropriate points to do so? They do not, I don't think. Oh yeah, Black Stark does. So Black Stark could play against Bob Salami. So Black Stark, you will play against Bob Salami. Bob, vice versa. All right. And let's see, we can do Bambi up against Has Bambi played Orca's Son? Let's see. No, so Bambi will play against Orca's Son. Okay. Black Stark, you'll now play against Bob. Ambus versus Orc Son. Alright, that should square things off. Let me find a match to join. What is the third map? Let me check. Third map should be... Wait. Third map? What am I talking about? Fourth map. Creative Decay. Things have gone by pretty smoothly, aside from that one major hiccup. Let's see. Who have I not watched yet? Let's see. Who's in the top running at the moment? We have Cartfish up there with 3 Swiss points. Alexander with 3 as well. Arkin, Yukchan. Has Yukchan played? Have I watched Yukchan play? Excuse me. Who are they up against right now? Against J-Barb? Let's see. Creative Decay, and that's no spec slot on that one. I'm gonna guess that one might. No. In that case, I might have to join the Zebra run up there, which is fine. Nothing, no problem with that one. Orc versus Bomb. I don't think I've seen this one yet. Maybe it's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't know. People. And they're... People, and their made-up passwords. Silly passwords. $42.13. How dare you? $42.13. This will be the fourth and final round. Hopefully, should be a good match. And I hope that the new players have enjoyed the tournament. J Barb, he threw up a yeah, let me hop into yours, J Barb, because if these guys are playing Britannia versus Dark Elves, I will I don't know which one yours is though. I'm just gonna have to guess here. Yeah, I'm guessing it's this one. I'm gonna hop into this one because I've already seen Britannia versus. I already seen some. Actually, I haven't seen any Britannia today. Have I? No, that was in a land battle game I was casting, I think. I don't remember. But nonetheless, I already seen some Dark Elves, and hopefully we can see some different factions here. But I think it'll be. Is it gonna be High Elves versus Dark versus Dwarves? Let's see real quick. I don't think so. I don't think we have a decision yet. Thanks for letting me know, J-Barbs. Appreciate it. Let's see, any messages? Okay. Notifications. Okay, everything seems fine so far. So it does seem like it's gonna be Dwarves versus High Elves. Wonderful. I love a good old grudge match. High Elves versus Dwarves. I really do hope we see some Sword Masters. Thank you very much. Please channel your inner writer Rohan. Some of you may not know who that is, considering it's a two-player tournament, and you know, completely different scene. But Ryder Rohan is a high elf player in land battle, the high elf player, and loves to bring sword masters all the time, and it's very, very fun to see. Plus Tyrion, he loves Tyrion. But I love a good grudge match. It's gonna be tough for the high elves to be shutting down any gyrocopters if the dwarf player is careful with them. If the dwarf player even brings some, the high elf player could bring a build specifically built for shutting down gyrocopters. And turns out the dwarf player doesn't bring any at all. But you do have to be wary of that. Thank you, thank you. It is a very, very good screen blocker. I wish I made it, but it is a art piece. I forgot who the artist is. I can find that out easily if people want it. But it is a very, very good one. I love it a lot. Turn that off real quick. Alright, so we do dwarves versus high elves. The generic dwarven lord He's come out from down in the mountains, sent by Thorgrim to deal with this high elf incursion. And for the high elves, we do actually have Tyrion. Yes, Tyrion is so freaking cool. For an elf, I guess. He's fantastic. He does some great work. But armies wise, we do have a lord, generic lord with star plate metal, which is actually pretty decent. Leadership higher than 50% base, and that means -8 melee attack on any enemies nearby in a 35-meter range, which can do okay. Double Thane as well. Pretty good call here. If you send in these Thanes to hold down a point, they can do it. And heroes are extremely valuable in domination, with their relatively okay capture rate at 3, I believe, for Lords and Heroes. So that can sway a capture very quickly if you can get those guys, very easily if you can get those guys into the point. Dwarf warriors with great weapons for the front line, with some regular dwarves as well. We also have some quarrelers to deal with any, just for your range component. We have 3 gyrocopters, plain steam ones. Should do pretty good into any steam, any cav, high expensive infantry. The flame ones are typically better against infantry, but they still do incredibly good as well. I think the flame ones have kind of been narrowed out a bit with the changes to them. Tyrion on foot. It's me foot Tyrion. Pretty cool. I was trying to think of the name, because you know how like Imric is Dragon Rick? I can't think of foot Rian. I don't know. Tyrion has Fate and Riposte, Stand Your Ground, Foe Seeker, and his Heart of Avalorn, of course. If he goes down to less than 25% HP, you can get that 25% heal, which is pretty beautiful. Lore Master of Hoeth on foot as well. Cool to see that guy. I do love the Lore Master of Hoeth. Don't ever see him because it's kind of expensive, but he does have that Earth Blood. Plus Melkost, that dual, I think it's like triple, or is it dual for spells, the type of spells you can get. But he's a good combat hero as well. 63-62 with that bonus for infantry and armor piercing. Do good into dwarves. Infantry wise, we have a whole bunch of white lions to trade fantastic into dwarven warriors. Also have archers and Sisters of Avalorn, which will do great into gyrocopters, screening them out with their AP missiles. And they can hold themselves in combat with 50 melee defense on an archer unit. I don't know why this white lion is silver chevron, and that worries me a bit. Especially with these white lions also being, I mean, three chevrons is not too big of a spend, but silver chevron on one of these, that's, I don't know about that. Lyra Reavers, as well as the Rahagras Pride gets summoned in. War Lions of Grace, ROR, fantastic. A lot better than their base variant, with good stats all around, AP and bonus for infantry of 10. Plus, not only that, they have missile resistance of 30%. All white lions do. Plus, that one special thing that makes them great is the Mighty Roar, reducing leadership by 8 and reducing speed by 25%. So they're extremely good at chasing down any units that are routing, and just causing that big terror route, getting that terror route in. If you get a rear charge on them, or just even a frontal charge on them in infantry engagement, it could be good as well in popping that. And I'm pretty sure that's unlimited, right? Yeah, so they can just gotta wait for the cooldown. But getting right into it, we already see the gyrocopters doing fantastic work. And as you can see, the white lions have a dispersed out formation, so typically that helps out when being shot at, or just shot at with missiles or bullets and whatnot. But here, not so much. Gyrocopters are doing great work with those AP missiles. Gyrocopters getting some shots in on Tyrion and Lore Master. Not going to do too great against him. Much better against the White Lions. Archers getting in firing range and starting to shoot. Getting some decent work in those gyrocopters. Extremely well played here by the dwarf with those gyrocopters. Keeping them out of range, or just pulling them out as soon as they start taking damage. So we have another Sister of Avalorn summoned in. Going to be your best counter here to those gyrocopters, and very, very needed. Though some eagle Eagle bolt. Words are hard today, guys. Eagle claw bolt throwers. I'm just gonna say bolt throwers. I don't know why I keep saying the full name, but bolt throwers should do okay as well. On single shot, they can start picking off gyrocopter models. They have much lower HP now than they did before. Though you would probably need at least two. I would say two bolt throwers to get some decent shots on them. Them shooting at the Alien Reavers is okay. It's not too bad. Tyrion and the Lore Master get a charge here on the Dwarf Warriors, though the Dwarven player still forces their Dwarf to charge in, which is good, getting their charge bonus off. Tyrion and Lore Master coming back around for seconds. Word Lions get blocked up by this Thane, well played by the Dwarven player, but it got a brute force. Gotta keep clicking to force your White Lions to get a charge in on those Dwarf Warriors, because otherwise they're not going to get their charge bonus. Stand your ground popped by Tyrion, going to get them up to 64 melee defense and provide that leadership bonus. Sisters still shooting into these gyrocopters, doing a good job at screening them out. Tyrion and Lore Master could do great work on this Lord here if they get us around on him, and they do get on top of him, but as I said, their melee attack is going to be debuffed. At least it should. Let's see. Affects enemies on all range, minus 8 melee attack, leadership and higher, and 50% base. Yeah. So what is his base leadership? He has 75. Yeah, that should be more than base. So it should be reducing their melee attacks down. But yeah. But it seems like their martial mastery is just going down. That's all. Because martial mastery already provides 8. So all it's doing essentially is negating their martial mastery, which is okay. But still, that Lord was going to have a tough time. Sisters getting some nice shots into these Dwarf Warriors. Great weapons, doing good work. Dwarf Warriors going to start screening them out, however. Same with the Thane. The Thane is getting on top of these Sisters, which is not fantastic. Dwarf players doing great work like that. We did have the Equine Miners get onto point 1. They didn't get their blasting charges off, or if they did, it was against War Lions, so it didn't really matter too much. They don't do great against anything besides infantry. At this point, I would keep Tyrion here and send back the Lord Master to help deal with these Lords these Thanes, because they seriously are impeding the Dwarven, or rather the High Elf ranged, which they desperately need online to deal with these Gyrocopters. Gyrocopters getting some great shots into the Hrahago's Pride. Unfortunately, going to cause them to rout, though they got 67 kills, any decent value, 544 value, not too bad, but unfortunate catch there for the High Elves. And the gyrocopters are getting okay value into these guys. Actually, let's see what a volley looks like. Might not do that great. Yeah, doesn't do too shabby. So good. But Scissors Avalon are still up and shooting. Dwarf Warriors are fighting in the back, but not going to do a whole lot of damage. Dwarf Warriors aren't known for their anti-infantry killing capabilities. They're holding. The Lord finally dies, which is going to be a great leadership debuff for the Dwarven Warriors, reducing them down to -16, reducing them by -16. But you really want to get rid of these Thanes next, or get on top of their ranged infantry as well, vice versa, because you need those Sisters of Avalon shooting. Sending these War Lions in could also help as well. Getting these War Lions to surround maybe the Thane could help. They aren't great at finding single entities, but they do have AP, and that could add up a little bit. Gyrocopters are still up and shooting and are getting some nice shots into the Sisters, which is not great at all. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Definitely need to be pulled back here. And even if they're being hit in the back while they're being chased, while they're running, that's fine as long as they get out of there. These Sisters are still up and shooting, however, and getting some good volleys into these Gyrocopters. War Lions still fighting with these long beards. It's going to take them a while to get through them. They don't really have any bonus for his infantry, but they do have great AP. Point 1, High Elf player has been pushed off. We have some Slayers moving through and chasing after these archers. Equine Miners got finished off. Hrahago's Pride are back. They can probably just be sent in here to block these miners from moving closer to the point. Gyrocopters moved back over to this point, which got taken by the dwarves. This is a point that unlocks these additional spawn points behind the enemy. So it's a fantastic tactical play by the dwarves to take that. especially considering how slow their infantry is. So it'll be great to summon in some rangers or whatnot from back there. Slayers coming around, getting on top of the sisters, which is not going to be fantastic. Slayers aren't great against infantry, but they will do decent work against them, and they're stopping them from shooting. Gyrocopters going to be getting some good shots into the back of these rangers. You also have some archers as well, still shooting, turning around to shoot. Swordmasters, oh no, they're finally brought out, but they're taking horrendous volleys from these gyrocopters. So sad. But we do have some archers trying to screen them out. Yeah, something needs to get rid of these Thanes because they are a havoc. And Loremaster is finally getting on top of one of them. Tyrion, I wish he was on horse, because if he was on horse, he could definitely chase these guys down a lot easier. But yeah, the Thanes are wreaking havoc in the High Elves back line. Swordmasters finally get into combat though, and Dwarf Warriors instantly rout. They're going to be able to come over here and shred these Slayers to pieces if they can get on top of them. That'll be fantastic for them, butchering the Slayers. Gyrocopter's still up and shooting into these war lines at the moment. They down to 23 leadership. This one stays steady, but the other one routes at -3 down to -15. Thane finally gets dispatched, but he needs to be chased off, shattered at least, so he doesn't come back and cause more havoc. Base archers route off. Thane is continuing to be a menace. Gyrocopters run away. We do have the Swordmasters finally coming over to help, but the Slayers, are they leaving? No, I think they're staying, so they can help take those guys apart. Gyrocopters getting some fantastic crossfire into these Illyrian Reavers, however, and Sisters. Archers will do okay with the Gyrocopters, but they have 100 armor, so without the AP from the Sisters of Avalorn, it's going to be tough. But yes, this additional spawn point right here is doing fantastic work for the dwarves, and might actually win them the game. 965 to 525 for the dwarven side. Not impossible for the high elves to catch back up, but they definitely need to get on it soon. Though we do have some longbeards coming over, and rangers will do terrible into them, especially with the support of gyrocopters. We got a charge here on the Fireborn, or with the onto the miners with the Fireborn. Fireborn don't unfortunately have great AP, however, so which is it's something that the high elves struggle with. They don't have a lot of great AP options aside from, say, Sisters and their infantry like Swordmasters. No Cav have great AP. Monstrous infantry, you do have the War Lions, but they just aren't that great in general. But it's what you got, and what you got to deal with. But yeah, these gyrocopters have been an absolute menace. Down to 1,000 in value on this one, 761 on this other one, and what about the third gyrocopter? We got 24 kills, 600 value. This one right here, 91 kills, 1,200 value. Just done great work so far against the tattered army of the High Elves. And now they're shooting with a Fireborn, which is not great. Fireborn are such a valuable target there for the dwarves that they're going to break up value very, very quickly. They continue to be a menace. We do have one come back who's still hiding in the forest. This gyrocopter is on the border of routing, but they stay, and unfortunately the high elf player does end up bowing out. No magic, no bow, just a good sword arm and some guts. Yeah, he's not bad for a knife here. He does beautiful work. But yeah, that was really, really tough there for the high elves. The dwarven player did incredible work with their gyrocopters, managing those guys, and the double Thane. Those guys are wreaking some havoc. My God. Yeah, it just shows how good the freaking gyrocopters are now. And High Elves kind of struggle with screening them out. Though Tempest could be really great here. Tempest could really get here, slowing them down and giving your sisters more time to shoot at them. But the Loremaster was cool. I just wish that Tyrion, if he had been on his horse, he would have been able to get on top of those things a lot quicker. But I understand why he wouldn't be on his horse in case of slayers and gyrocopters possibly even sniping him out. I don't know how good they would do against a single entity like that. But yes, unfortunately, sniping out the Lord doesn't really do a whole lot for the dwarves. They have such high leadership that negative 16 isn't gonna do a whole lot unless you're able to capitalize on it with some terror-causing monsters or fear-causing monsters infantry like the Lions. Tyrion 1136, 948 on the Lore Master, 931 here on the Sisters. Yeah, definitely would not be silver chevroning any of your infantry. If you have the money to do so, spend it on something else. I probably wouldn't even bring the Lore Master either. If I do bring the Lore Master, I wouldn't possibly think of bringing the what is it? I can't think of it right now. Shem's Burning Gaze. Shem's Burning Gaze could do okay against the gyrocopters as well. It does have decent AP, and they do spread out a bit, so hitting all those models could be great. But I definitely think like either a live caster is the way, or eye caster for the Tempest. Heck, even a death caster for the Fate of Bunas. You could throw Fate of Bunas on the gyrocopters. Let's see, everything else here did fine. But if you want to pair them up with Sisters, using Tempest could be great on the eye magic lore. Alright, yeah, everything did fine. Swordmaster's only 393, unfortunately, for them. Dragonborn, yeah, Dragonborn aren't great here, unfortunately. Just low EP, but they can be, yeah, definitely as well with the Cav. Probably go with a lot of more Silver Helms and Lyrian Reavers just to get into the backline of the dwarves on top of their ranged units. Get it into their infantry. If you're going to do that, best get a rear charge. Otherwise, they're not going to do a whole lot because, again, very low AP. Let's see. But, good match. Forgot to say that. Sorry about that. Great match from both players. Love to see a grudge match. And Tyrion is very, very cool. For a high elf, as I said. Don't get ahead of yourself. And it sucks. Eltharion could be okay there as well, but on Stormwing. But the issue is that freaking CA nerfed him again. Like, why? Like, if they hadn't nerfed him, he could be okay there, dealing with the Dowie infantry with his okay Mortis engine, and using Apotheosis and Tempest to slow down those gyrocopters. He could be okay there. Even just like soul, you could also even just soul quench the gyrocopters as well. But no, CA hate Altharion for some reason. They want him in the pits. Not fair. I mean, he still has his HP buff, but his HP wasn't really the problem. It's nice, but it wasn't a problem. But Tyrion is still cool. Yeah, he was okay, unacceptable. Yeah. But yeah, gyrocopters are definitely tough to deal with. And honestly, even if you build for gyrocopters, like all you're doing is either A, bringing a different type of bringing a specific type of magic lore for it, and B, bringing more archers, which is not a terrible thing either way. So if they don't bring gyros, then you're fine because you still have a decent lore of magic, and you still have a lot of range to shut down whatever the dwarves bring. Let's see. How's the bracket looking? So it seems here. Okay, there we go. So Swiss points, how are we looking? So Alexandria at the top lead with 4 Swiss points. The ones coming in second with 3 Swiss points, or multiple people coming in second, are Cartfish with the Bob Salami. Let me throw this up here real quick. So Bob Salami with 3 Swiss points. We have Cartfish with 3. Longest underscore with 3. J Barbs with 3 as well. And who else do we have left so far? We have Orkson, Not Bambi's, Bongo, Tob. So are any of them in possibility? You know, we have Hammered, we have Zebra, Yuck, and Harkin. No. Yeah, making sure. Yeah. So unfortunately, none of these people. I think I said Bambi. Did I say Bambi? No. Okay. None of them can make it into the bracket up here, but still fun playing your match or finishing your match nonetheless. But it seems like it's going to be, let's see, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be these 3 right here. Your OP points is what settles tiebreakers like this. That's why J Barbs isn't unfortunately going to make it. And yeah. We have to wait for these to finish so OP points can be settled a little bit more, but we'll see. Yeah. Once these tournament matches finish, we'll move on to the semifinals and then the finals. Last one left is Orcasan. Thank you to everyone who played. I really appreciate you coming out, and I'll be hosting a lot more. Maybe next time probably do an SFT next time, just so everybody can get whatever faction they want to play in specifically. And yeah. I also noticed I turned on display capture. Oops. Didn't mean to. Need to do browser capture. There we go. Yeah, if I have time, I will definitely do another one next week, SFT. I also have to figure out what are good times as well. 2 seemed like an okay time, but previous ones I've done at 3 for me. OP points are just they are the tiebreaker. They're how how many opponents, how many. How can I say it? I've always have struggled explaining this. Basically, how valued your I think it's how valued your opponents high how strong your opponents were that you fought. So how strong your opponents were your tiebreaker. How good your opponents were. How good they did in the tournament. I don't know why my freaking brain just like shuts down when I try to explain anything. So that's why like we're waiting for like days matches to finish because they generally affect your OP points and how tiebreakers do. There we go. Wonderful. So it does seem like, let me just refresh this one more time just in case. Yeah, see, like the OP points got affected there. So Bob Salami up at 10 OPP points. We have 9, 6, and 6. So days 4, or rather, days 3 are guaranteed to make it into the finals. But J Barbs and the longest underscore, you two are tied up. So let's see. Are any of you positioned on the leaderboard? If not, then I will do a coin flip. As much as I'd love to have you guys play a match right now to settle the tiebreaker, we will be forcing other people to wait. So let's see. So J Barb and the longest underscore. I don't think it'll matter because I think all of you are newer players. So 155 and 156. So in this case, considering how I'm just going to do a coin flip. I don't know how they value it. All I know is that it says opponent wins. So I'm assuming so. You'd have to ask Turn about that. I know somebody else might know as well. But coin flip, most likely, unless you guys want to go off of just leader. Usually that's what they do. They do leaderboard, whoever's higher on the leaderboard, or coin flip. But I might just do coin flip. So heads, it's going to be for J Barbs, tails for longest underscore. I don't like doing it this way. I hate it. And I'm just going to try to find out a better Swiss system for it. Is there another factor? What do you mean, like for the OP points? So yes, do heads for J Barb and tails for longest underscore. That Google would do it for me. Tails for the longest underscore. Can also do. Yeah, I wish there was a better way for the tiebreakers. Unfortunately, this is the system that Turing uses on Total Tavern, but there are better Swiss systems for determining OP points in cases like this, because it's kind of frustrating losing your spot in a semifinals, finals to say like a coin flip or your positioning on the leaderboard, which is kind of arbitrary when your performances in noob tournaments don't really affect how you do in noob tournaments or affect how you do on leaderboard anyways. So it is kind of frustrating, and I'm sorry about that. But unfortunately, that is the Swiss system that they've done so far. But yes, that'll be going to the longest underscore. Sorry about that, J Barbs. On the table. What do you mean? On like on the leaderboard? Or do you mean or do you mean the actual scoring system? Do you mean the way it's like lined up? No, yeah, it doesn't mean anything. It's just random. It's just random the way they like lay it out. And again, even if we go off of leaderboard, which I think doesn't really matter, longest underscore would be on top of you by literally one position, which is ridiculous. But yeah, sorry about that, J bracket, J barbs. I wish there was a better system for it. Yeah, you could also do rock paper scissors. Completely fine as well. Which you need to. Yeah, not really much time. It's completely up to Cartfish and Alexander. Plus, I guess all three players, like all three of these people, have to be okay with it. Carfish, Alexander, and Salami. So Solidia. Which one were you? Show myself on the leaderboard? No, thank you. I have not. First of all, I haven't even played much this year, or rather this season. Let me see. Uh, yeah, I haven't even played this season really. So I have 2 losses. So I don't know which one Solidia is. I don't think it's. Oh, it's Carfish. Okay, I got you. Yeah, so Carfish is dipping out. So we'll have Alexander, you'll be playing, or Alexander will be playing not against Carfish this time, but J Barbs. Oh no, J Barbs is up against Salami, so we'll have the longest underscore against Alexander. Let me do this real quick. And let's see. So J Barb, go ahead and play Salami, and Alexander will play the other player. Where's that? Did I get the right player? Yeah. Yeah, I think I got the right player. Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is I really don't like the tie-breaking system for that Swiss. I think Challenge uses a different one, but most down players are on Total Tavern, so let's see what the semifinal map is that I have set up. Chateau de Roquefort. Whichever one has a spectator slot, I'll just join that one. This one is the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it? I don't know. I can't remember which one this one is. You people in your different passwords. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. See. So Ibaka has had a pretty good showing today. Some pretty good new players. Are we gonna get another corn matchup? No way. Is it corn versus greenskins, maybe? It seems like so. Okay, okay. What's the stats looking like for corn versus? Let's see here. The greenskins down to 39% at the moment. Probably because of how often banned they are. I don't know that. Because they were fairly overwhelming from what I heard in the previous seasons of domination. In the last season, they were, or the last set of stats, they were in 5th place with 59%. The last one, the one before that, was 60%. So they were pretty high up there. This one, they're pretty low, but let's see how they are doing against. Let's see how they're doing against corn. So against corn, they seem to do okay. It's not enough of a sample pool. It's 50-50, 3-3. So it could go either way, it seems. But in the previous stats, let's see how they did against corn. Greenskins against corn. Greenskins against corn, they did, let's see. Greenskins. So 50% again. And then before that, I guess you don't see this matchup played very often. That's pretty much why. You've seen it played more now than you have before, that's for sure. Skins. Yeah, like barely 6 matches in total. So, could be even. Let's see here. If we could see a corn win in the finals, that'd be pretty nice. Gotta say, that would be pretty nice. I don't know what the other. I mean, these guys are in semifinals, but if Bob say, played corn again in the finals, that'd be pretty cool. Gotta say, if he won this, if they won this. How often do you see corn in the finals? I mean, not really, ever. That's what I'm saying. You got to win this one first, and then make it to the finals with corn, right? You're gonna play corn again, right? I like how you corrected yourself and it's the same exact thing. It's definitely an interesting army composition here from the Greenskins. Gotta say. Not exactly something I would bring. At least one part of it. Greenskins, we got the Goblin Great Shaman, I think, on foot. Hopefully, I'm on a wolf, but I wasn't able to tell. And Scarbrand, the exiled, he's back again to he's got to release some steam after that loss against the Tomb Kings. You know, he's very bitter about that. So he's here to chop up some orcs, maybe kill a great shaman. Who knows? We'll see. But losing to a bunch of bones who don't even excrete blood, like, that's just got to be extremely frustrating for Scarbrand. But I mean, I guess Scarbrand is probably used to being frustrated all the time. Not really represented in game though. He looks like he's always having fun in this. For the Greenskins, we do have the Great Grey Shaman. Shaman, why did I say it like that? Great Grey Shaman with Great Grey Shaman. What is going on with me today? Sneaky Stabbing and Curse of the Bad Moon. This is what I was talking about here. I don't know why you would bring this, but I guess newer players, you know. I mean, it's fun, but it's a pretty terrible spell. I think it's definitely one of the worst spells in the game. The Nasty Curse has it's a cool debuff. Lasts 26 seconds, but it's horrendous. The damage is horrendous. It moves around. It's bad. Don't even try it. It could be good though. Provides that increase the cooldowns and kind of just a little direct damage. Not too shabby. For the front line, it's a whole bunch of savage orcs with some goblins as well. We also have the AP Gloonies, Night Goblin Fanatic ROR, with those Loons of 8 Peaks. Can do some great work against some armored infantry, or just infantry in general. But I would reserve it for any Chaos Warriors if possible. Savage Orc Arrow Boys with some normal Arrow Boys as well. The difference here being that they have better melee stats, can protect themselves, and yeah. But other than that, yeah, nothing really changed in their missile string. Quick hurts as well for the help with that infantry engagement. We also have some more Night Goblins Fanatics for the should do good. We have Scarbrand, the Exiled. He just has Rage Embodied, which is a good solid choice there. Save you some money. Chaos Warriors for the front line with some Marauders as well. Brutes of the Hound, Marauder Berserker ROR. I never see these guys being brought for Khorne. Love these guys. Norskin ROR does great against lightly armored-ish. You can have okay armor and they'll still do okay to you, but if you have more than like 60 armor, they're gonna struggle. 70. But yeah, great. They have 5 bonus for infantry, 14 AP with 43 base weapon. Can be pretty good. Plus they also have, you know, Berserk, Frenzy as well, and that Unbreakable. Chaos Warriors of Khorne. We do have a Cultist of Khorne. Do we have the second Cultist of Khorne? I think I saw one earlier. Yeah, we have 2 Cultists for that Bloodletter summon with the Gate of Khorne. Pretty great against the Greenskins. Icon of Vigilance, Endless War for that Leadership and Vigor, which is pretty great, and as long as he's fighting the melee. We also have some more Marauders summoned in, and some Fury summoned in as well. 0.1 in the hands of the Greenskins as they capture it with these hidden Night Goblin Fanatics that the Khorne player doesn't notice yet. That's probably why they also sent in Chaos Furies to spot them. These Night Goblin Fanatics do get spotted along with the Epic Loonies as well. If possible, I'd probably maybe send in those squigs to capture that point really quickly, but it's already kind of too late. If anything, it'd probably get punished. So 0.3, 0.2 starting to go in the hands of the Greenskins, but then, or rather, it was starting to go back in the hands of Greenskins, but yeah, the Khorne is taking it back. Wait, what is happening here? I'm confused. Not good when the host is confused. AP Gloonies is going to be running through these Marauders. Should do great work. They do have great stats. 34-31 with decent weapon strength. They also have those chains. Yes, point 0.1 settling in the hands of the Greenskins. 0.3 going in the hands of the Corn. Oh, I understand what happened. Scarbrand racked up the points to take it, but then the Greenskins were on top of it. And Scarbrand left the point again, so... I don't know why Scarbrand didn't stay and take it. But I guess he didn't want to be under fire. It's a fun spell, yeah. Oh my god, what happened to the brutes? Those brutes of the Hound. My god, they got decimated. By what exactly? Was it the Squig Herds or the Savage Orcs? Jeez, they are so gone. Scarbrand running through, doing those Squig Herds dirty. Now he's going to get on top of that Great Shaman and punt him across the freaking map. Here we go. You do have the Broskin Tusk mob, though. They can probably protect him if need be, but they're coming over to deal with those Furies. That poor little goblin getting punted. Honestly, him being on foot does save him from Scarbrand, however, though. Do have the Borba Biggins coming over to surround them, and that's not great for them, however, because they're going to be rampaged thanks to Rage Embodied. Cultists of Corn helping grind down those Squig Herds. Orc Airboys get rampaged as well and aren't able to shoot. Broken Tusk Mob should be able to deal with the Chaos Furies, though they are small size, so that bonus versus large won't really do a whole lot. And equally, they are shutting down the Rusty Arrows, which is fantastic for them. Minotaurs of Corn coming over with great weapons, going to be smacking those piggies around, and not going to be a great day for them, especially not being able to get off their charge bonus. Savage Orc Arrow Boys need to be pulled back and start getting some arrow shots in on those Minotaurs. And Colt is just wreaking havoc. We finally get that Bloodletter summon in, and it's just going to seal the deal in this whole area. Going to get a surround here. Or actually, are they going to get on top of the Savage Orcs? Yeah, seems like they're going to get on top of the Arrow Boys, and those Arrow Boys are going to, unfortunately, hate that. Curse of the Bad Moon. Pop down. Going to do a little bit more friendly fire, if anything. But it is very cool. Very cool animation. Scarbrand's in here, wreaking havoc. Going to wreck those piggies, and they're going to run back home. His Marauders going to continue chasing this, or continue fighting these Squig Herds. These Orc Air Boys going to pull back and start firing in. Do have some Orc Boys which can be sent into the point go around. Get onto the point. But points wise, we do 240 against 245 in the Corn's favor. 0.3 and 0.2 is still in the hands of Corn. Though if some Greenskins get on top of the point, that could be great. But probably not possible with Scarbrand there. We'd have some more Marauders of Corn summoned in with the weapons. These Corn Tours are in the back line. We have Trolls coming over, but River Trolls don't really want to be fighting Minotaurs. First of all, Minotaurs do have that AP plus 70 armor. I mean, River Trolls do have AP as well, so it could, the armor really won't matter. But overall, much better stats on the Minotaur side. But I guess you also don't want them surrounded by the Night Goblins as well. Scarbrand is fighting here on point 2. Corn Tours trying to get away. They will get some support from the Marauders. We do have the Morgrim's Meiji Marauders coming over. They do have those AP missiles, can do good work against those Corn Tours and any Chaos Warriors that come over. Savage Orcs will probably be in summon, but that's fine even if they stay. Rusty Arrows have come back. Flesh Hounds coming over. Were they going to get a rear charge, it seems? Yeah, rear charge here on the Light Goblins and River Patrol is not a bad idea. Though, probably better to send them over and chase down those skirmishing units. Over here, infantry engagement with the Marauders of Corn. They beat those Marauders of Corn and can probably start pushing over to point 3 and take that back. The Corn player noticing is going to send these Marauders back to try to hold on to that point. Point 2 is definitely going to be staying in the hands of Corn, especially with Scarbrand here popping Rage Embodied and whittling down those pigs. Goblins fighting Bloodletters. If I could say there's no more uneven match in infantry, gotta say. Those goblins will be slaughtered, and it will be considered a war crime for how badly they were slaughtered. Biggins trying to chase down the Chaos Furies, but Sword of Corn dropped down as well, hitting these Orc Arrow Boys. Gonna, do okay. not too shabby, but definitely better reserved for other infantry engagements. Orc Barbarians coming over to get on top of point 1. With how beat up the Minotaurs are, they should do great work against them and win that engagement. Cultists pushing back the Greenskins, the infantry of the Greenskins into their back line. Point 3 was starting to go in the hands of the Greenskins, but Scarbrand noticed, and he's pissed about it. He's coming over, gonna throw some axes into the back of the Savage Orcs, and it probably caused them to rout here soon. Down to 13 leadership already, and I imagine it's gonna get even worse. Scum Machine Fire coming into these Furies. Goblin Grey Shaman is dipping out of there. No more spell casting for him. Night Goblin Fanatics get into the Bloodletters, and yeah, you can already see how well that's going. Cultists of Corn is going to get a recharge on them as well, and they're just going to break. They're goblins. They're already routing. They're crying. Point 1 staying in the hands of the Greenskins, but so is point 2 and point 3 for Corn. So not looking too great. If I was the Greenskins on this side, I'd probably start focusing on point 2 now that Garbrand is away, but these cultists are going to be hard to get rid of. So maybe not. So maybe just playing the 2-cap game is the best choice, staying away from those cultists. Though if you do get those cultists surrounded with, like, say, trolls or big guns, that could be okay. But the issue is that anytime the Corn player sees that they're in danger, they send Scarbrand over. So, you know. Goblin Grey Shaman has come back. He's still got a lot left to give. And these arrows should definitely come over and start shooting in at Scarbrand and any other valuable targets, like, say, Furies if possible. Scarbrand probably a decent choice, though, even if he has some physical resistance of 20%. You can see how easily he can get whittled down in that Tomb Kings game. Over Trolls unfortunately get terror routed. They don't like being around Scarbrand. His face is terrifying. More Chaos Furies summoned in. Gonna be chasing after these Morgrim's Ranging Marauders. Gonna be a solid choice there. Getting those AP missiles off the field. We do have some more Squig Herds summoned in as well to deal with any Corn infantry. Point 2 is in the hands of the Greenskins. They are just outcapping the Corn roster right now. The only infantry that Corn have on the field are Bloodletters, or on this point are Bloodletters, but now we have some Chaos Warriors, and that's going to start throwing a wrench in things and start throwing the cap weight back in Corn's favor. It's these damned cultists just causing a havoc here. Point 3 is now empty, though. The Bloodletters may be chased a little too far. If we can get some Savage Orcs around the Bloodletters, if they charge into those Bloodletters, they will take some heavy losses. Morgrim's Ranging Marauders are fighting off these Chaos Furies. Chaos Furies, it seems like they're dead. Yep, unstable and gone. But now these two can get onto the point, or at least, yeah, I would send both onto the point, considering the Ranging Marauders don't have any more ammunition. So during that cap weight, saving this cap weight for you, or saving this capture point, might be able to get you back into this game, and especially considering the scores aren't even that uneven. Yeah, there we go. With Squig Herds as well. Yep, there we go. Cap weight is going back into Greenskin's favor, and all of these infantry are starting to pile in, which is fantastic. And even with these Minotaurs, let's see. I don't think so. Yeah, not going to be enough. We need some more infantry from Corn here, but if they're able to, say, like, terror route some of these units here, like these goblins who don't have notoriously terrible leadership, they could, like this one got terror routed, could start swaying things back in the favor, and there we go. This one starts to leave. Same with these Boar Biggins, and Corn starts taking the point again. Savage Orcs doing okay into these Bloodletters, actually starting to win, and we'll take that point back. But we need something over here to deal with the Marauders. I guess once the Savage Orcs finish the Bloodletters, they might have enough left to beat the Marauders, but I don't think so. More Chaos Warriors summoned in. These Orc Air Boys need to be pulled over and start shooting in, or just send them to the point. Or maybe even, heck, if you don't really have much use for them right now, you could just send them in here, roadblock those Chaos Warriors from coming in. Chaos Warriors will not butcher through those Air Boys fast enough to get to the point. in the hands of the Greenskins still. Cap weight is going back and forth, and right now it's still in the Greenskins' favor in terms of cap weight. I'd even send these AP Loonies over. No, because you need that cap weight at the moment. So, but you really just want to stop these Chaos Warriors from getting to the point. That'll switch things around. Yeah, Marauders finally get to the point. Savage Orcs not finishing off these Bloodletters fast enough, and point 3 goes back to Khorne. But do we have anything summoned in? No, we do not. We do have some Squig Hurts. They could go over and help. Orc Boreal Biggins and Orc Boys coming over. Point 2 going back in the hands of Khorne, unfortunately, as things start to get routed off for the Greenskin side. Very unfortunate. Scarbrand and those cultists are just so tough to deal with for the Greenskins. They do not have great capabilities to deal with the SEs. Another, I really gotta respect the cast of the moon, Curse of the Moon, because it's so bad. It's even doing damage to your own Rusty Arrows here. But it's fun. It's definitely fun to see on the field. I wish it was better. My last dude sweat mode. Thanks for hosting. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, unfortunately, Greenskins definitely went for a little bit more fun here with their magic choice and their lore choice, while the Khorne player went for more of a competitive build. So, a little outmatched, but in terms of points, though, it's been fairly even. Value-wise, though, Bob Salami, 12,760 up to against 10k for the Greenskin side. So, gold value-wise, it's looked a lot better for the Khorne roster. Goblin Grey Shaman comes back again. He said the bell hasn't been rung, so he's sticking in. I got some gets to stick. And Scarbrand is being slowly whittled down. If he falls, that could be a stepping stone for Greenskins to come back. But yeah, there's not a lot of infantry left right now for the Greenskin side. We do have some Savage Orcs coming to point 2. And they could do some great... Seeing those goblins punted away is just the most hilarious thing. I love Scarbrand's animation so much. And the Khorne player is playing this extremely well, keeping those Savage Orcs off the point. At this point, as a Greenskin player, you need to keep brute forcing, keep spamming the right click, get them onto the point. You need that infantry on there. You could also force those Boar Biggins to get on top of them as well, but they've been rampaged. Not anymore, however, as as Scarbrand runs away. Excuse me, tactically retreats. Point 1 starting to go hands of Khorne with these flesh hounds, these Squig Herds, or these Boar Biggins can come over and take that back if possible. That'd be really helpful. Point 3 staying in the hands of Khorne. Yeah, the Greenskin player really has to put all effort into capturing back point 2 and point 1. Another Curse of the Bad Moon. Will it turn around and do okay work? No, it's going to betray the Greenskins, Orc or Mork, whoever are pissed about it and going to send it the other way. But it could have done such great work here, wiping out these Marauders. But Orc or Mork have terrorized and sabotaged this poor Great Shaman. I don't know why I keep saying it that way, but I do. If these guys can get around, they can get on top of the point. But it's got to happen soon because things are not looking great. 1286 to 1105. Reaching to that 200 point difference. Greenskin players no longer going to be accumulating any points either, as now it is a 3 cap. Fleshhound's coming over though. And the Boar Biggins gonna get a recharge by those Fleshhounds. They might be able to fend them off, however, we'll see. Squig Herd's coming over as well. Get a recharge on those Marauders. As long as they get onto the point, that's all that matters, and that is on the point. But yeah, it's getting pretty risky here. The Greenskin player needs point 1 and point 2. Heck, they're gonna need a 3 cap at this rate, and I don't think it's possible. Really do not think it's possible. But solid match all around. Fun seeing little Great Shaman be punted around and cast his terrible spells. But Not all the spells are terrible. It's just that one in particular is awful. Vindictive Glare is good. Sneaky Stabbing is great. And I think those are the best ones. I don't think the other ones are worth it, really. But yeah, Curse of the Bad Moon just really was was terrible. I would say the Curse of the Bad Moon got negative value. Yeah, did more friendly fire value than it did anything to the opponent. Thanks to both of you for playing World Tanks and William. Thanks for coming on out. Yeah, let's see. 95 value and half of that, and not even 95 because he's definitely in the negative from killing his own goblins and orcs. Savage orcs did good there though. It did fine. These guys did fine. Yeah. I want to know what destroyed those hounds of the blood, the hounds of the blood hunt, brutes of the hound. Why did the hounds of the blood hunt? Where did they even come from? Brutes of the hound. Am I high? 2069 on Scarbrand. 13. Yeah, the freaking cultists were so annoying to deal with. I could feel for the greenskins. Chaos Warriors did great. Yeah, the Brutes of the Hound just got massacred. I have no idea. I just completely missed it. 2414 on the Minotaurs of Corn. Flesh Hounds did fine. Blooders did good as well. Good match to both players. And throw that blocker back up and advance the Swiss. And this will be the grand finals. I can just shot my berserker to pieces. Yeah, because I looked at them for 1 second. I looked away from them. I looked away from them like a couple of seconds. The next thing you know, they're just completely dead, wiped out. Which is very sad because I was hoping they would do really good. Let's see, everybody's finished their match. Now we just got those grand finals. Let's see if but man, oh man, I do wish the Curse of the Mad Moon was good. Such a cool spell. Now, for those who win these Noob tournaments, this is the Fresh Spawn series. So once you advance from a fresh spawn by winning a tournament, you are then a hatched Saurus. So as a Saurus, you will eventually get into tournaments for just other Saurus, which will typically be more higher level play. So no SFTs and whatnot. It'll be just 3x3 Swiss, and it'll be more competitive. And then those winners of those tournaments, the Saurus tournaments, will go to qualifiers for other events, which will have prizes. Just doing enough noob tournaments, fresh spawn tournaments to get enough Saurus for that to happen. First. Some of the new players, obviously not having the DLC. DLCs could be great prizes for those guys. All right, Alexander reported a score, so let's move on to the grand finals. That'd be Bob Salami versus Alexander. I'm gonna let them host it. I do not mind with that at all. What is the last map I have? Eastern Island Colony? Nice. 2, 3. Check a few things. There we go. All right. Ooh, so we're gonna have the Empire versus Britannia. While I wait for both these people to build up their armies, I will return real quickly. Alrighty, I'm back. So we do have Valkia up against Elspeth. Very cool to see her in the. I haven't seen her in a tournament in a while. So because either she's banned or for other reasons, or Empire's banned, etc. But let's see how she does against Valkia. Valkia, what do you got? You got for me the Spear of Sleipnir and your Demon Shield. No surprise there. Typical kit. Chaos Warriors with the Marauder front line and some cultists. Are they on horseback? Nope, they are on foot with their, of course, Gate of Corn and Icon of Endless War. Again, for that leadership and vigor. Elspeth on her dragon. Pretty cool. I love the Carmine dragon. It's so beautiful. Gonna be very scary there for Elspeth. Or rather for Valkia. But if she pops her Demon Shield at the right time, she could avoid a lot of the damage that Elspeth does with her nasty breath attack and Spirit Leech combo, and her Death's Timekeeper as well. But she does have her Death's Timekeeper for that heal, sort of a mini Soul Stiller essentially. Also have Dark Walker, 40% Fizz Res, that's Strider, and Spirit Leech and Fate of Bunos for spells. Also have Living Darkness, provides that 10% Fizz Res and negates magical weapons in the area, which is pretty great, especially against demons. Pale Scythe as well for that spell mastery. Double Master Engineer on Mechanical Horse. Better be on Mechanical Horses. Yep, they are. This person wins. I already declared it. They won. Alright. How are you going to bring Mechanical Horses, both of them, and not just want me to win, vote for you? Outriders as well. We do have a Spirit Leader on top of Valkia, along with the You know, just Spirit Leech, and then Demon Shield is procced. So maybe she just bait. I don't know if they Empire player is baiting it out, but they're getting close. Might be able to pop that Dragon Breath on her real quick. Master Engineer's coming over. Do some fantastic Outriders. I mean, Outriders as well is pretty cool. I gotta say, I love me some Outriders. But a lot of the main force from the Corn side is getting on top of point 1. Rear charge here from Elspeth is going to get on top of those Marauders, going to rout them off completely. Dark Walker popped as well, 40% Fizz Res, and granting your Strider. Valkia, I don't know what you're doing here, but you want to seriously back off. I don't think this is the right choice at all. Even with your bonus versus large, you're not going to have a great time. Spirit Leech, Death's Timekeeper thrown on top of her as well, just to heal up Elspeth and deal some damage to Valkia. Yeah, get Valky out of there. That is not what she wants without her Demon Shield. Minotaurs of Corn coming over as well. Valky, you're lucky you didn't get breath attacked there. Steam Tank with Volley Gun coming in. Nice. Already getting some nice shots in right off the bat. Going to do some solid work there against those Chaos Warriors. That's exactly what they want to be shooting at. Elspeth is having a beautiful time here against these Marauders. She's going to get the heck out of there, though. She doesn't want to be dealing with Minotaurs. And the Outriders will be doing the work for her. Those Engineers are going to do some good work as well. This is some sweaty plays here from the Empire player, from Alexander here. Elspeth coming in here and get that rear charge on top of this Chaos Warriors. Going to get a Reiksguard charge in as well. Cool. Some Reiksguard. Love seeing some Reiksguard. On this side as well, some Empire Knights getting on top of those Marauders. Point 1 in the hands of Khorne, but along with the point 3 as well. Empire has done extremely well at scaring off some units, riding them off, and whittling down Valkia, but the point is what matters. Elspeth chasing a little too far. She's got to watch out with those Minotaurs. She's going to start taking a lot of damage very quickly without some support. We don't have a lot of firing range coming in, shooting in on those Minotaurs. She definitely doesn't want to stick around in combat for too long. So, and she's going to get out of there. Didn't get the Khorne player did not get a proper surround with those Minotaurs. Nice shot in from those Chaos Warriors. Team Tank is coming over. Might get a little chariot charge in on the side of those Chaos Warriors, and going to do some great work. Exactly what it's built for. Furies getting banished back to the warp. We do have those Outriders getting beautiful crossfire there on Minotaurs, but they're not super accurate from their max range, so not going to do too well at this point. To get a little closer, then we can talk. But Spirit Leech popped. Spirit Leech started on top of Valkia, but the Demon Shield is popped as well. She's coming over to snipe that Steam Tank, which I think is probably her best choice. That Steam Tank is going to be an absolute havoc for the Khorne side. Elspeth is her own thing, but having to deal with the Steam Tank too. Yeah, just take out that Steam Tank. But Valkia is pretty hurt. Not that the Steam Tank is a great melee combatant, though. Yeah, definitely with the help of the Minotaurs come over, but the Outriders are here to screen them out. I would just send over, honestly, just Valkia, because even if the Outriders shoot her, they're not going to do much damage to her. So just sending over Valkia to screen out that Steam Tank would be a good idea. But that's not happening. Some infantry coming over to point 3. So yeah, you can see from just here, the Empire's doing an incredibly good job at skirmishing, you know, picking the Khorne player apart a little by little, and you know, whittling down those very important pieces for the Khorne side. But unless the Empire player starts taking points, they're not going to be... wow, that is a beautiful Spear of Slapnir there on Outriders. But yeah, they're not going to be winning the game. But there's plenty of time for them to start racking up points. 272 to 500. Not too shabby. Elspeth is going to get back into the air with those Minotaurs nearby. But the Minotaurs got to be careful. Those Outriders are getting a little too close to those Outriders, and they're going to start taking some fire. Got a big old firing squad from these Outriders here. Chaos, the Furies coming in as well. Though I'd probably hold back the Furies until you can get a proper surround on them, but nonetheless, jumping them in is fine. Keep stopping them from shooting, I suppose. But yeah, Elspeth is going to come over and going to deal with them very swiftly. Definitely would have held them back for a little while longer. Valkia is going to get unsummoned. Probably smartly played. You can just resummon her so you don't lose that so you don't take that Lord death penalty. I don't know why you don't take a penalty for a Lord retreating. You should, but that's not how it be. Colto's getting shot up a little bit. I hope we have a blob here. Gotta watch out. You never know what can happen. Gonna get a nice steam tank volley shot in through here. But nonetheless, it matters not. Point 2 is going in the hands of Khorne with all this infantry on the field. The the Empire Knights are holding back some of these guys, but with the cultists there as well, those Empire Knights are going to be routing soon. Engineer getting on the point. Outriders being chased down by Chaos Furies and gonna get routed, but the engineer is in there trying to help, but he's not a great melee combatant. Outriders shooting into the Bloodletters. They do have that Fizz Res, but with this many volleys coming in, they're gonna take quite a bit of damage. Elspeth's jumping in here again, getting on top of these Marauders, gonna do some good work. To have the steam tank in here as well. Cultist takes a nasty hit from it. I think it has to do with the fact that the steam tank shoots in melee, which is horrible for any SEs or multi-entity Minotaurs like this. Get on top of it, but it does have a pretty long reload time. So Elspeth's breath attack finally lands in. I'm not sure what it was aiming at. Maybe the Minotaurs, but yeah, something needs to screen out these Outriders while the Minotaurs try to chase down the steam tank. Unfortunately, the Furies are gone, so they can't do it. Zentler's Reichsguard. I love these guys being brought in. Surprised I'm not seeing the what are they called? Knights of the Black Rose. Yes, but instead we're seeing the Reichsguard. I love me some Reichsguard, especially the Zentler's Reichsguard. They do have that ITP and Vanguard with the pretty good stats and decent charge bonus as well. 62. Zentler's, rather the Sterling's Revengers here, they do have some pretty good AP shots. But the Cultists of Khorne the Khorne player is doing great here, sending in that Cultists of Khorne to stop them from shooting, and sending in that Bloodletter to sandwich them in. That is a really good play there by Khorne. Chaos Warhounds get on top of these Free Company Militia. Unfortunately for those Free Company Militia, they will be routing soon, down to -5 leadership, and they're gone. Reichsguard getting out of this fight as their infantry is about to rout, and they're being chased down by Chaos Furies. But I would bring these guys back and get another charge in on them or the Chaos Warriors. Don't have great AP, but Flagellants do. So they're coming in. Actually, I thought they did. No, I'm thinking of a different mod. Excuse me, I'm mixing up the numbers here. They have 9 AP. They're not going to do great against Chaos Warriors, but they will do okay. Low armor though, so they will take a lot of damage. 1080 to 382. So Khorne got a lot of value here, while the Empire player has been skirmishing them. A Fate of Buna thrown on top of these Marauders of Khorne to weapon. Not really a solid choice there. A lot of what I think that's a pretty big waste of Winds of Magic. But getting them off the field, I suppose helps. But I definitely would have rather thrown it on like some Chaos Warriors, though they are fairly beat up. Or I would honestly rather just kept spamming Spirit Leech on this cultist. Because yeah, like that wasn't even worth it. They're down to half HP. Marauders are like barely worth anything. But nonetheless, she's gonna get in here, do her dragon things, terrify them, and now they're gone. Point 2 will start to be taken by the Empire with these Flagellants on the point. Swordsmen coming over as well to point 1, though we do have a Cultist of Khorne and some Fleshhounds as well to hold on to it for the meantime. Elspeth is not gonna like that though, so she's coming over. Steam Tank is being an absolute menace, gets a rear charge here on these Chaos Warriors. And yeah, the Empire player is starting to come back from this. The Sweaty has the Sweaty player has Sweaty plays have not bitten them in the butt, and they're starting to. Or actually, they kind of have, but they're gonna be able to come back from this. All that skirmishing has started to pay off. Swordsmen and getting into the point finally, and the Royal Outdoor Griffites, the Demigriff Knights ROR, come into the field with their anti-large and good melee stats. Love those guys. Steam Tank holding on to point 3. Rather, it's starting to tank point 3, but you have Chaos Warhounds and Fleshhounds here now starting to outcap it. Especially these Chaos Warriors getting on there as well. It's going to help out a lot. Yeah, we're definitely going to need to send in some more Marauders. Maybe some more Minotaurs as well. Dogs need to be chasing down these Outriders, but there's a lot to defend those Outriders here with the Royal Altar Griffites and the Zentil's Reichsguard. These Fleshhounds need to turn around and start chasing down those Outriders as well. But we do have the Reichsguard in close proximity. So this might turn into Empire's game. We'll see. We'll see. The Khorne players now 3 capped and not exactly rich in points. A nice Blade of Khorne here. Going to do okay work against the Royal Hearted Griffites. But not anything game-changing. Yeah, the skirmishing from the Empire side has been absolutely beautiful and so incredibly sweaty. I love it. I'm not sure how this player is a noob at all. Maybe they've been watching a lot of videos. But they've done great work here. Protecting their Outriders. Bringing Elspeth. 3,400 value on Elspeth. To be fair, she's extremely expensive. I think she's like 3,500 with what he brought, with what they brought on her. So, yes, point 1 is going to be staying in the hands of the Empire side. Chaos Fury's disintegrating now, and I do think Khorne side is starting to, yeah, they're going to have to bow out there. Khorne is, I would hardly say Khorne is disappointed. Khorne got the blood that they needed. Khorne only cares for blood, not for where it flows, or from whom it flows. So you did Khorne proud, though obviously he would like the win. It was a good showing. You were incredibly close, just those engineers and Outriders were a complete menace. Good job, Salami, and good job to both players. Really well played there with the cultists and with everything else. Minotaurs did fine. 1137 on this one. This one unfortunately got taken down a few notches. 1100 here, 34 here. Elspeth 3491 paid for herself. 3500 I think she is. Or 32, maybe. Either way, she paid for herself. Pretty nasty. It's a pretty nasty combo there against the demons. Negating those magical attacks so they can't bypass that Fizz res. It's pretty nuts. 856 here, 1040 on the engineers. Double engineer is also pretty nasty too. Might have to limit to 1 engineer in the future. But, you know, that's for a debate. We'll see. Outriders did great. Empire Knights and Reichsguard did fantastic. Yikes, that volley gun. Yeah, there was nothing to stop it. With the Outriders constantly shooting at the Minotaurs, there was absolutely nothing that could stop it in its tracks. Valkyries was maybe the only answer to it. And even then, those things are hard to pin down. 1074 here. A whole lot of RORs. My god. 1, 2, 3. I guess it seemed like a lot more, but I guess guessing the chevrons on that steam tank is messing up my brain, or I'm just tired. I don't know, but that's still a decent amount of RORs. 3, 2, especially you don't even see often. 1023 on those Outriders. But yeah, good game to both players. Alexander is the Noob Tourney winner, and has evolved into a hatched Saurus. I really appreciate you guys coming over and playing. No, there was a fair bit of blood. Marauders died. Chaos Warriors died. um, you know, there were some swordsmen that died too, spearmen. Yeah, you'll definitely be able to enter next turn. Yeah. The rule about people, or rather, not the rule, but the guideline about doing well in a lot of about doing well in tourneys. Basically, what I'm trying to say with that is, say if you play like, I don't know, say if you've played like 5, 10 tourneys, and all of them you've somehow managed to either make your way into the semifinals or done incredibly well, as in beating like skilled players top on the leaderboard, then we could talk about it. But unless you're like somewhere in that ground, I wouldn't worry about it. You could definitely enter it again. Korn would be proud to have you, I think, or you might be exiled just like Scarbrand. Unfortunately, who knows? You're gonna have to see in the realm of Korn. I can't help you out there. I'm a Zinch follower. I'm never mind. No, I'm not a Zinch follower. Sorry, which honor. I. Anyways, you guys have a good one. Thank you guys for playing, and please do join in on the next one if possible. GG to all. Have a good